I would have quit, not gonna lie. We prevailed, all right? We prevailed, but yeah, I'm still unsure on Persona. I'm 3 streams in and I'm still just not sold by anything yet. I'm enjoying the gameplay. I'm intrigued by the story, but I am not grabbed by anything yet. Like, I could honestly put the game down right now and be perfectly fine, like never returning to it. So I'm like waiting to like be grabbed by it. I'm giving it time. I know like Persona's a huge game. I know I may not be sold in like the first couple streams. So like, I'm just trying to give it some time and see. So it is still, it's 100% tutorial. Yeah. This stream's turning around and going home. Oh no, I hope you feel better, Leah. Hi, Legend, welcome in. But yeah, it's been a lot of tutorial up until now, so. Hi, Red, welcome in. It gets good after 30 hours. Okay, I will take that bet. Anyone who has had cats longer than me know why my cats the last 2 days have suddenly started trying to sleep up on my desk. She has 6 other bed spots she always uses. I mean, our cat's like that too. We have beds all over the place and she will pick like to sleep under the living room rug instead. Cats just be cats, man. Okay, so we apparently have ended a day because I have no dice. Or in the dryer, yeah. Somewhere in B's Steam library, Halo ODST is crying because it didn't get a 30-hour chance. ODST would have been 30 hours in total. ODST was garbage. You've played it longer than Tales of Shitrise, so it's already got that going for it. True. Sub Outlook when it is getting good after 30 hours or so. Yeah, we'll see. I'm not ready to put it down yet. I'm still giving it a chance. I'm not like miserable or anything. I'm just not like... I'm not enjoying it to the point where like I can see myself committing 100 hours to this game yet. I'm waiting for something to grab me so that I'm like, oh my God. Because right now where I sit, the outlook of a 100-hour playthrough feels like work. It doesn't sound fun. So I'm waiting for just something to like grab me so that it doesn't, I'm excited for a 100-hour playthrough. You know what I'm saying? 130 if you play everything. I've heard people can finish between 90 and 100. Hi, Shadow Axia, welcome in. I hated Tales of Arise Tree Hugger. But yeah, you forget that I don't do every little thing there is to do in a game. That will not be 130 hours. Okay, why are we here? We'll go back down. Ain't doing no fucking side quests. Yeah, someone else was saying that they like basically stuck to like main story and got it done in like 90 hours. So fell in love. It took me a good time to get along with Persona 5, but ultimately fell in love. Yeah, I'm still like giving it a chance. I'm not done with it. I'm still interested enough that I want to keep going. Like I haven't hit that wall yet where I'm miserable. Like I'm not there. I'm waiting to be absolutely hooked and I'm not hooked yet. So, but yeah, we will see. Cause I don't know. The palace has been pretty fun, but I'm hoping that like, I'm assuming that the palaces will be like the main gameplay loop. And I'm really just kind of worried that they will become very tedious and very repetitive and just not fun. But we'll see. I don't know. I have no idea. I've barely even finished the first palace yet, so. Okay, so I know we're working on stuff. Oh wait, I need to go to sleep. Actually, we have no dice. Okay, so we only have 3 stabilizers left, period. So we're working in the garden with a scientist that she will hopefully get us a new way of making stabilizers. That old man tried so hard to get B a platinum in Final Fantasy. Throw. Not gonna happen, bro. I am playing all those mini games. Okay. Can I get 4 dice back? Okay. These aren't bad. Do I want to test my luck on a reroll? Oops. Final Fantasy Tactics. I was obsessed with it. I'd sit for hours. Oh, that's awesome. My love with Persona is strongly attached to the day-to-day life, meaning friends and also not having unlimited time. I enjoy it so much listening to the music when it's a rainy day. Yeah, see, I am not really vibing with any of that so far. The day-to-day mechanic, there's something about the game that it's like not immersive enough for me to enjoy that kind of stuff. So it more comes across as like tedious. Like, oh, I have to make sure that I get him to do this so that I up my knowledge. Oh, I have to make sure that I go do this. Oh, it's raining. I have to make sure that he studies. Like, it feels just very, for you, that feels limitless and exciting. For me, that feels tedious and oppressive. So I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna vibe with Persona in the end, but we will see. Okay, I think I'm gonna try risking re-rolling these. Fuck. I shouldn't have done that. Oh well. Could have been worse, I guess. Huh? Cross to the greenway. There we go. Is this song new? I don't think I've heard this song yet. Okay. So what were we doing? Where is she at? Here she is. Yeah, I'm still trying to farm these specific spores or mushrooms that are very randomly generated. The spores need time to germinate the spread in the airway. The indirect sun of a few cycles should help them along. So did I already start a new garden? Is this the garden forming? I think I did, so I have to wait. I think I have to wait 3 more cycles for this garden to form. We're basically just in a massive waiting game right now. This will give me energy. Okay. See, I can't really do anything with the progression of this for 3 cycles, basically. Hi, Job, welcome in. It's all individual preference in the end, even if the game's more objectively on masterpiece level or close to it. Yeah, I'm still giving it a shot. Again, I'm not like miserable or anything like that. I'm still gonna give it more time and see if something hooks me. But we'll see. I'm just not sure. It would be a bummer though, because I've actually like really, I've had my eye on Persona 5 for years. So it would be dope if I could actually enjoy it, but was there something up here that I was doing? What is this? Oh yeah, we're helping with this as well. Okay. I bet Elden Ring I beat Elden Ring by selling my copy on eBay before I broke the disc in half. Members! Okay. Now I think we just end cycle. It is worthy of a platinum trophy of its own. The Members plot. What the fuck are these, bro? You know what? Actually, that should be okay. Because I'll go get energy again. Right now, I am literally just killing time for something to finish. For anyone wondering why I'm not really doing anything. Felt that way about Hades. I finally started it this month, and I just don't think I don't think roguelites are for me either. I played a little bit of Hades, and like it was fun for the time I played it, but I couldn't see actually. I don't know that I could commit to doing like a whole like playthrough of it, I guess. Nice. Amber looks better than she ever has before. Bliss has done an incredible job of cleaning up the hull, and despite the exterior changes being limited, she has the impression of being lighter, somehow sleeker than before. Oh no, your car's broken, senpai? That's annoying. What the heck? It can be tough in the beginning. I didn't even necessarily think that it was like tough. It's just like the act of like doing the same gameplay loop over and over again for like hours on end for me. The only roguelite light I ever enjoyed was Vampire Survivors, but that one is more of a bullet hell. Yeah, I've seen gameplay of Vampire Survivors. That looks monka. I low-key love the character. Oh, the character, the art, the character designs, the music, all absolutely S tier in Hades. Like, I'm not dogging on Hades as a game. It's just not necessarily for me, like the gameplay loop, but like Hades is, yeah, Hades looks incredible. Vampire Survivors, you like it too, Kitty? Hell yeah. Moritz drifts by. He has been loading up the final equipment onto Amber. It turns out Ankita will be taking her weapons, but packed and ready to sell at the first Star Wars belt port she hits. But now that Moritz is done, he seems in kind of a haze, floating back and forth aimlessly. Okay, so if I remember correctly, dude, the character design in this is so dope. I love these characters. So if I remember where we left off, we met a couple. They're not like a romantic couple, but just like work partners. We met Bliss and Moritz, and they do a lot of like repair work and stuff. And I think we were working on the ship for the other chick we met at the early game. We're removing all the weapons off her ship, and then I think as payment she's gonna give Bliss a ride off the station, but she hasn't told Moritz yet, so she's leaving Moritz behind. Yeah, like a makeshift family here, exactly. You okay, Moritz? What's that? He turns. Oh, right, yeah. Packed and stacked. He smiles a weak smile. Was hoping Miss Cassetta would let me keep a warhead. For what? He shrugs. I don't know, just might be a cool thing to have around. Hey, Sleeper. He looks down. Did you know Bliss was leaving? You understand now. She told him. That's why he's like this. I did. He nods distractedly. She said this place is mine. He looks up around the bay like it's suddenly some vast space he doesn't know what to do with. You'll do a great job. He looks down at you. Hey, thanks. He smiles. I appreciate you saying that. Not many people believe in me before now. First Bliss, then you. A dark look suddenly crosses his face. Hey, Sleeper. There was something Bliss said. He meets your eye. Are you going too? Before you can answer, Ankita glides into the bay, a massive crate on her shoulder. Sleeper, you coming or what? Bliss is already on board. She stops by the terminal, holding herself in place. Moritz looks at her with a dazed expression. You look at Ankita. She's keeping it together now. She's packed all those bad feelings down someplace where you'll never see them and built a tough foundation on top. She may not be a mercenary anymore, but you imagine most people would think twice before trying to cross her. Well, she looks at you. I'm not eager to spend another minute of my time on this station unless I have to. She pauses, looking between you and Moritz. She sighs. I'll give you a minute. And she kicks off with the crate, taking it to the end of the bay where the Amber sits docked. You look back at Moritz. I'm staying. Moritz looks like he might pass out. Sleeper, are you sure? Are you doing this for me? I'm staying for me. Moritz nods. All right then, you're staying, he grins. The way the music kicks in when you tell him you're staying is so nice. That's a really nice touch. Ankita comes back across the bay, the final crate stowed. You staying then, sleeper? I'm staying. She nods. Well, okay then. One less mouth to feed. She pauses. Look, sleeper, I'm not gonna go back over everything that happened, she sighs. I'm trying to put that behind me, but I hope you find what you're looking for here. She smiles and kicks off, gliding to the Ambergus and the Starward belt beyond. You both watch in silence as Amber's drives fire up. I guess this is our place now, she says. Or says Moritz, the weight of everything suddenly hitting him. Your place. He smiles. Okay, but I'll need some help from time to time. You both stay for a while to watch Amber and Bliss and Ankita leave, and then Moritz goes to the racks to finally implement a new organizational system, and you head out, promising to be back to check on things soon. As you glide around the soft curve of the hub, you catch glimpses of the distant stars flickering through the windows. They are beautiful, it's true, but by now you think of them as a distraction. In your time on the Eye, you've realized there's nothing out there waiting for you. No fresh starts and no bright futures, just a whole load of problems you haven't found yet. No, your place is here, among the people you know and the problems you know. You wish Ankita and Bliss the best of luck out in the belt, but as you do, you focus on the Eye and the vast spinning rim that rotates around its hub, on its buildings and flashing lights, on its people and places. This is your home, and for now, it contains all the futures you need. Aww. That was the end! Oh my god, I'm gonna cry! So that was it! Wait! Can I go back in and do the DLC and finish crafting my... I didn't know that that was the end! It was so abrupt. Especially because, like, we had a chance to leave, before. We had an opportunity to leave with the other guy. Can I go back in and still do the DLC, or do I need to like reload? Can I reload? Did I miss out? I don't know if I can go back in and do the DLC. I might have fucked up. Because it said the DLC is intended for late game, but it doesn't say it's intended for after you beat the game. Let's see. It's loading. Okay, so we're still good. Next round is yours. Moritz arrives at the table with a couple of steel drink canisters, typical of the hub's only bar, the Gimbal Lounge. He settles into the webbing beside the table and clunks them down on the magnetic table. This place, you have decided, is ridiculous. A rapidly spinning cavernous sphere, the gimbal's weak gravity, just like the gravity at the Eye's rim, is created by its gut-wrenching rotation. The interior surface of the sphere is the gimbal's floor, which descends towards the equator, where one long bar loops around the entire circumference. Tumbling out from that central ring are an array of booths and seating arrangements, equipped with all kinds of harnesses and webbing to keep customers in place. Those harnesses are there because the gimbal doesn't quite spin up fast enough, and you watch as the clientele bounce towards the bar in lazy arcs or shift from table to table with graceful leaps. What are you thinking? Asks Moritz, noticing you staring out into the gimbal. How weird this place is. Moritz glances around as if for the first time. Yeah, Bliss never used to like coming here. Moritz takes a drink and stretches. So, sleeper, you sticking around? I have things to take care of. Moritz nods. Yeah, thought you might. Moritz rubs the back of his head. One cycle at a time, that's how we'll make it. Nice and easy. You aren't sure if he's talking to himself or you. We'll make it. He lifts his drink for a toast. To the next cycle, he pronounces and knocks it back. Later, when you finally leave the gimbal, Moritz is still laughing. You help him out of the spinning gimbal and back into the hub, sending him on his way home to the bay. Then you pause for a moment to watch the stars as they spin and spin around the Eye. You smile to yourself and think of Bliss and Ankita out there somewhere among the points of light. To the next cycle. Hi, Juven. Welcome in. It is, yeah. It is super dreamy. I loved it. I'm sad that, like, I almost wish I would have seen those at the end of, like, last stream instead of starting. It would have been a little bit more impactful because I just didn't see that coming and it was just so abrupt. But it was really well done. Okay, I don't even know what to use this random die on. Is there somewhere I can just make money really quick? Let's try this. Nice. Okay, I think I'm gonna go to sleep. I think I'm gonna use a stabilizer, right? Or do I wait? I'm gonna wait. How's it going, Juven? Happy Friday. Oh! Yeah, okay. Good Gamba. I would always wait until you're about only to have 2 dice. Okay. It just sucks waiting. Like, I'm literally just waiting. I still have 1 more cycle left. I don't even know what to spend these dice on right now. Should I start the DLC while I wait for this? Can I'm assuming I'll be able to like toggle back and forth. I won't be like locked into like this particular section with the DLC, right? Whoa! You're good to go? Okay. Keep 2 dice even when condition is breaking. Expansions flow on the eye, okay. Obsessive Haggler, all cryo actions are discounted by 20%. It's just good when you're very self-sufficient before starting, but you're Gucci with most things. Yeah, I think so as well. I don't know that I'm ever going to end up being in a breaking... What do I end up choosing the most? I think we end up getting a lot of indoor. I'm just going to hold on to these 3 points for a little bit. Okay, let's start this DLC. Do you think we can finish the DLC today, Edge? Okay, episode Flux is the first of 3 episodic updates to Citizen Sleeper, telling the story of the refugee flotilla, which has arrived at the Eye. All 3 episodes, Flux, Refuge, and Purge, are now available. Completing the supply gear rolls action will begin the episode, but be aware that it is intended for late gameplay. Okay, well, I got 2 of these. You came! Peak smiles as you walk into the Climbing Briar's cargo hold behind a gloomy Esh. Hey, Apollo! It's going pretty good. How are you doing? They brought mushrooms. Ash tosses the mushroom caps onto a crate, raising her eyebrows at Peak. Tough to tell, to be honest. I remember it being on the meaty side and many things will happen. Okay. Peak gives her a look. Thank you, Sleeper. They pick one up and sniff at it. Are these edible? Yes. Peak turns the cap over in their fingers before putting it down. We're not so used to fresh produce. Ash is securing crates as she speaks and doesn't look up. Hawthorne doesn't have much in the way of farming. Hawthorne? The installation we grew up on. Ash wipes off her hands on the rag. XPR loves to name their property after natural things, but that's about as far as their relationship with plant life goes. Been watching a few episodes of Love Island All-Stars. That sounds like a reality TV show. What is that? XPR? This an interrogation? She glares. Either way, we're done with that place, which is all you need to know. It was just suddenly past 3 a.m. and I still didn't want to stop. That's fair. Ashleen's back against the crate she was securing. We're going to need more than a few mushrooms if we want to help those refugees, though. Why are they trapped? You tell me. It's your station administration that set up the cordon. Pete gives Ash a look. Sorry, she looks at Peak. I know this isn't on you. Ash stands and walks over to the mushrooms you brought, placing them into a small container with care. The problem isn't just getting supplies, it's getting them through the ships, or getting them to the ships. Can't you just fly around? And get the Briar seized for breaching quarantine? No thanks, she laughs. We were lucky we got here before the cordon was set up. That's the only reason we're on this side. Oh, it is a reality show? Nice, Apollo. Hi, bro. Happy Friday. How you doing? Why is there a quarantine? Peak jumps in. The eye has a closed-loop life support system, just like any orbital installation. Any unfamiliar illness or significantly increased strain on life support could cause a cascading collapse in its systems. Ash scoffs. Are we making excuses for these bureaucrats now? Peak turns. We're being realistic, Ash. But these people aren't an increased strain. They're living people. Even calling them refugees is just a way of turning a lot of scared, desperate people into a single monolithic group. Ash slides the container full of mushrooms into one of the cargo hold racks. Look, as much as I'd like to chat, we've still got a lot of space to fill in this hold, so if you're going to help... I think Ash is trying to say we need your help, and quickly, Peak says, glancing at her. The refugees behind the cordon, they won't be able to hold out indefinitely. We need to get supplies to them in the next 12 cycles, or... Ash steps forward, or Haven Age will have to bear the responsibility for whatever happens next. What can I do? There's 3 things we still need to secure: water, food, and scrap components for ship repairs. Ash gestures to the storage containers around the hold. Water we can find a way to source, or my preference, just siphon off from the underground reservoirs in the Greenway. Peak raises their eyebrows. Ash. She ignores them. For food, things could be tricky. Those mushrooms are delicious, I'm sure, but no way we can get enough volume to feed a flotilla. However, I saw an algae stack on the way over. If we can get access... Not more stealing, Ash. I didn't say steal, she stares at them indignantly. If we can get access, we can work the stack, harvest some algae for the flotilla. Those stacks churn out vast quantities in short time scales. And the repair components? Peak asks tentatively. Ash smiles. Just look around you, Peak. This whole place is made of scrap. She shoots you a glance. I'm sure the sleeper has their sources. They can bring them right here. We get everything before time runs out. Perfect. We get most of it. Also good. Either way, in 12 cycles, I'm going to take what we have and go. But how will you get through? Ash shoulders a container. I thought I'd leave that up to you, Peak. They flinch. Are you serious? Ash, I know we said we would help the flotilla, but at what point? They stop, take a breath. Take this seriously, Ash. I don't know the first thing about breaching a quarantine cordon. Maybe not, Ash looks at you, but they might. They slipped out from the S&ARP facility, didn't they? Plus, they've been here longer than us. You're always trying to get me to find help. Well, here it is. She gestures at you. Help. Pete glances between the two of you. I swear to you, they sigh. I need to think this one through. Meet me at the cordon in a couple of cycles, Sleeper. Maybe we can figure something out. Meanwhile, Ash meets her eye. You can help me acquire the supplies, discreetly. She smiles. We have to keep this quiet, keep Haven Age out of the loop. Once they get suspicious, this is over for all of us. This all suddenly seems a little too real, too dangerous. You've only just found your feet on the eye. This is not a time for causing trouble. Come find us. We'll be out here trying to pull this all together. Ash goes to the back of the hold and starts packing another container. Pete, come help me. Pete glances back at her. Sleeper, look, we didn't choose this either. They lower their voice. Help us finish this. We've set up a base camp on the Broken Spoke. You're welcome to rest there in any of the cots while we work on this. They smile. We're in this together. Peek, Ash shouts, and they walk back into the hold to help with the container. As you leave the climbing briar, you look out at the broken edge of the eye's ring where Haven Age's cordon blinks with tiny red lights. What are you getting yourself into? Hi, Peacekeeper. Welcome in. I falsely thought I was good with my numbers, but since I have a new boss, I've made a new 25 to 40 mistake because he doesn't check. And my old apparently quietly corrected mistakes like that. Oh no. I'm sorry, Peacekeeper. That's unfortunate. Older! What the? Thank you for the tier 1 6 months in advance, Older! Thank you, thank you. How you doing today? Happy Friday. I don't really watch reality TV, Apollo. I don't even know. The last reality TV show I watched was Jersey Shore back in like fucking, I don't know, what was that? Like 2012? I don't really watch TV. We're winning, Throw. We beat the base game, so we're starting the DLC now. Cabs are here. Are you winning, Flo? Thanks. Winning meetings? Hell yeah, I love that for you. Where the frick do I get squat metal? What else do I need? Just scrap. Okay. Oh, what is this? Oh, what is this? The algae sac is controlled by a small collective of farmers. You want to use it, you'll need to persuade them. Okay. I would say the amazing race for you, probably. Definitely not Robinson. Yeah, I don't know what any of that is. I ain't got no idea. Okay. So water, wow, we have a lot of things to play at here. And I also gotta find scrap. Okay. One? Are you serious? Uh-oh. All right, well, there's all my dice for today. Okay, I think I'm gonna need to use a stabilizer because I'm probably gonna go down to 2 dice, right? Yeah, Throw, it's been so good. I just rolled credits a little bit ago. We're doing the DLC now. I'm still doing one thing in the base game. But yeah, it's really good. So. That's definitely gonna bring me down to 2 dice, right, Edge? I should probably stabilize. Yeah, this is definitely one of my favorite indies I've played, I think. Not until the life bar is close to the 2nd dice slot, but if you feel like taking one, take one. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna take one. I think I really need to be starting with 5 dice, unfortunately. Because I also need to still work on getting the Greenway chick up and going. Yeah, it comes out next week, Throw. What the fuck are these? Better. So where is my... Fuck! Fuck! Is there another way to get these random mushroom caps that she needs? Is this really the only way? Is Gamba, I get 3 turns on this Gamba and then I have to wait like fucking 4 cycles to redo my garden? This ain't good. She needs these. They're like a long... And I've only been able to give her 1. I yielded 1 from that garden out of like 3 turns of this garden. It kind of is like a mini Halo, yeah, Sepha. But I keep getting these and these. And I still don't know where to plant this gardener's seed. This is pain, bro. If I remember correctly, it's really random, but chances are higher if you use high value dice. Yeah. As you leave, you find a note pinned on the outside of the door. It reads, "Sleeper, there's something you need to see. Meet me at the cordon as soon as you can. Just keep heading around the ring until you hit the flotilla. I'll be waiting. Peek." You pocket the note and glance around the corridor. Looks like you're doing this. Time to make a plan. I think there's also a perk that shows you the outcomes of rolls. Yeah, I have it. But it doesn't show me for the mushrooms. Well, I mean, it does, but it says like 2 random rare mushrooms. But then it doesn't give them to me. Or if it does, it gives me these. Oh, nice. I got one more. I only need one more. Okay. One more. But now I have to make another fucking garden, bruv. Maybe I should have finished this before I started the DLC. Best way to go, yeah. Okay. All right, where am I meeting him? Over here. Sleeper, Pete catches your attention from the shadowy corner they were leaning against. Any trouble getting up here? Nah. Good to hear. Come, take a look at this. They beckon you over to a nearby window, which looks across the ruined ring to the blinking red lights of the Haven Age cordon. The cordon's temporary structures, a net of metal struts meant to detect and dissuade any ships from entering or leaving the flotilla, jut out into the black. And all around, the tugs flit, securing them in place and tending to the red blinking drones that demark the quarantine. It's an impressive and worrying sight. What do you think? Peek interrupts your thoughts. How would you get through? I don't even understand what we're looking at, if I'm being honest. Use one of the tugs? I don't know. An escort, you mean? I doubt we could fit all the supplies on one of those tugs, but if it seemed like the Briar was being officially escorted through the cordon, Peek squints at the red lights, but then we'd be stuck inside. Peek turns away from the window and rubs their forehead. Ash has really wrapped us up in something here, hasn't she? The question is spoken under their breath, and they don't seem to expect an answer. The silence grows. Why are you helping the flotilla? Peek looks up. You don't think it's a worthy cause? They pause. We ran into them when we escaped Hawthorne. Ash insisted we investigate their distress signal. I'm not saying we shouldn't have. Peek stares out the window at the distant blinking lights of the arrived ships. It's just... Forget it. Let's focus on the plan. They flash you an easy smile. It doesn't matter why. We are the ones who are going to help them. The way I see it, there are 3 parts to making it through that cordon. They gesture out the window at the strange structure. Deception, distraction, and speed. We need all of them for a clean passage through. Deception means tricking the cordon security into thinking that we're meant to be there. Maybe a tug escort would work. Anything that makes the Briar look official. Distraction, meanwhile, will be all about diverting attention so that no one looks too hard at what the Briar's doing. And we can create a gap in the cordon's scanning and deterrent systems that should keep them busy. Finally, speed will mean making sure the Briar is ready to roll. Perhaps we can do a little work on the ship to get her ready. Ash surely wouldn't mind. They lean back from the window. How does that sound? Good to hear. Peek looks down at their slate. 10 cycles left. They glance out at the window at the cordon nervously. 10 cycles to gather the supplies and to prep this plan. It's tight. Very tight. Peek looks at you. If this goes wrong, Peek sighs, just get out, okay? They squeeze your shoulder. I'll follow Ash anywhere, but you don't need to get dragged down with us. Good. Peek brightens a little. I don't need any more guilt than I already have. Let's get to it, Peek stretches. I'll tell Ash about the improvements to the Briar and the rest. Let's explore the cordon as best we can and look for openings. I have no idea what guardian angel sent you to us, Sleeper. Peek smiles, but I'm very glad they did. Great. Hi, Julia. Hi, Martin. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Thank you, Julia. How are you doing? All right. Let's end our cycle. I'm doing good. Not too shabby. Fuck. All right, I need to make another garden. But I have to help with the supplies stuff. Okay. Garden is ready to go. Let's do this. Okay. Got algae access. What the hell? Food for the flotilla. There's no more algae. Okay, so I can't do this anymore. The algae in the stack grows at a regular rate, but with some careful feed adjustments and water cycling, you can improve your yield per cycle. Okay. We still need to work on the water. Ooh, that sounds cozy. I like storms. That sounds cozy. Okay, so we'll leave that there for now. And then I still need to get scrap. These are still the only places I know of where I can buy scrap. And they're gone. I don't know that I'm gonna be able to get scrap. Is there anywhere else I can buy scrap metal? Those are the only 2 places I think I know of. Hi, Funk. You sell scrap metal? I'll take some. Thanks. Thanks. Are you off from work? You're here very early. I took yesterday and today off, though I still went in for like 3 hours yesterday. Well, at least you have, hopefully you're not going in today. That's pretty cool. Nice long weekends. How's the new car? Fast? Hell yeah. Okay. Only 4 dice already? Fuck. All right. Algae for the flotilla. Nice. Oh. And I got scrap. Or this is water, I mean water for the flotilla. Tucked into a service corridor deep below the reservoir, Ash is double checking the seals on the water tanks loaded onto the motorized trolley. Though you are far enough away from any thoroughfares not to worry about being overheard, you both still speak in hushed tones. How will you get these to the Briar? All good? Sounds good, Michael. Ash nods silently and hits the ignition on the trolley to start it moving. You take the other side of the trolley and walk it up to the wide service corridor with its flickering lights and Solheim detritus. You doubt it gets used by Haven Age, at least that's the hope. You glance across at Ash, her face a mask of determination as she guides the trolley along. Maybe some conversation will make the journey go a little easier. How'd you meet Peak? Ash pauses, a little surprised by your question. She glances back down the tunnel, but in the deserted passage, she can hardly keep up the pretense of silence. We grew up together, she answers quickly and turns back to the trolley. She can tell you're expecting her to add more. She seems to gather herself for an answer, but not wanting to ignore you, but trying to instead get her answer straight in her head. Our outpost, Hawthorne, is not an easy place to grow up. The administrators keep a tight hold of everything. She rolls her eyes, even though they are trapped in the same decaying installation as everyone else. Peak, she pauses. Peak found it harder than most. She pauses again, judging her words. I stepped in to help them out. Silence descends again, but you can feel the wheels turning in Esh's mind as the creaking wheels of the trolley take you along the corridor. Peak isn't the most practical of people. They used to be, well, they needed someone to teach them to look after themselves, stand up for themselves. That was me, she smiles. After that, I couldn't get rid of them. Esh stops talking, but you see her eyes have lit up, and you imagine she's recalling some moment or other from her and Peak's past. Yeah, exactly, Seth. It's, yeah, it's just like point and click, basically. It's pretty nice. You both reach a wide bulkhead doorway and have to stop to shimmy the trolley over the edge. When you are done, Ash turns to you. I'm good from here. Head back. And with that, she's gone, moving off to the dark tunnel ahead. You watch her go and then turn around and walk the distance back to the staircase you entered from, the tunnel humming around you as you do. Hi, Ace. Welcome in. As you walk, you try to piece together Ash's past, but all you have are glimpses of a person she once was. She seems to prefer it that way. All right, so we got the water taken care of. I'm out of dice. We have energy. These are going. Okay. Veg. I feel like I'm in a race to try and finish this lab so that I can get more stabilizer. Ooh, that's really good dice. That's real good, partners. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we have 7 more cycles. 1. This will be done in 1. Maybe I speed it up a little. Hi, Hash. Welcome in. Dude on here. Nice. Okay. And then I'll use this last one for some energy, I guess. Okay. Now we go to bed, reset. I need my garden to be ready. My shroom garden. Yikes, those are not good dice. Better. The Gamba gods. Why is this not working? Am I supposed to be doing something else with this now? You grew it? Now you need to harvest? Bruh. Yikers. The self-sufficiency. Yeah, this is crazy. What the fuck, dude? Yikers. Also, what are all these options? Indoor, Intuit. Hi, Guyceps. He just went to bed not that long ago. You wake him up. What the? All right, in day. Hopefully we'll still have 4 dice. A couple hours ago. I mean, he streamed till... When did he stream till? Like 10 or 11 a.m.? Nice. Is this ready? Okay, please, 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 please. Fuck! See, I put in a high dice and it gave me these, Edge. What the flick? I can't fuck with this right now. I need to finish this. Yeah, there's no guarantee. I did not have chili for breakfast, but I smelled chili all in my sleep last night. I can't wait to have some after stream today. I don't know what to do here. The mushroom Gamma God, thank you. I appreciate it. Nice. I still don't even know what Ninja Gaiden is. I had so many people ask me about it yesterday, and I still, like, I know that there was a trailer for a new one, but I don't even know what the first one is at all. I don't even know what kind of game it is. Man, I had to stay awake to get the chili done. I think it was 3 a.m. here when he finished it, so 6 there. I mean, he still would have been streaming regardless. He's streaming 12 to 16-hour days for the streamathon. Ninja game, very hard. All right, so these aren't really on like a time crunch, right? Or are they on the overall time crunch? I never played them, but as far as I'm aware, it's the original Dark Souls. Interesting. Bro, this DLC is... Do I have to do all those before this ends? Because if so, I'm fucked. I hope I don't. Okay, I think I'm down to 3 dice, maybe. Yeah, and they're not good. Please, give me the one I need, please. Yes! Okay, please make me a stabilizer, please. Ooh, that was so difficult. Rika's at her bench running small vials of some liquid through an old chemical analysis machine. The whirring of the spinning drum fills the lab with white noise, and you aren't sure if she notices you approach. Sleeper, it's good to see you. She looks up smiling. This little project of ours has been keeping me awake the past few cycles, but right now, well, I think I have something. What is it? The drum finishes spinning and Rico lifts a vial from it, holding it up to the light. This is something I extracted from those club heads you've been bringing me. Hi, Most Hated!
I found a bee.
Thank you so much for the 10 months. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're having a good Friday. And according to my analysis, it is a substance totally unique on the Greenway. You look at the small amount of liquid in the vial. Any idea what it might be? Rico asks without looking away from the vial. Stabilizer. Rico nods. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Ed!
We thank the Mushroom Gamba God Supervisor for taking our email complaint seriously and supporting us in this matter. Sales bless.
Yes, exactly. Thank you for the biddies. I appreciate it. Team Ninja also... Oh, they made... Did they really make Neo? My Friday's not too shabby. Mine is also just getting started, so pretty cozy so far. You aren't the first sleeper to come through here. Perhaps I should have mentioned that earlier. Rico's tone suddenly drops, changing the atmosphere in the lab immediately. I just thought, she pauses, thinking very carefully of how to continue. I just wanted you to trust us. What do you mean? She sighs. They came through a fair few cycles ago. We found them wandering in the broken section near the gap. The members who brought them in had never seen one of you before. They were terrified of this strange person wandering in from open vacuum. They were quieter than you and damaged. We did our best to patch them up and welcome them to the commune. I only really spoke to them once while I was working on their wounds along with a couple of systems engineers. She looks nervously at you. I'd never seen a body like that before. I took some readings, some samples. You have to understand, I was curious. I didn't know what I was looking at. I just took a little of the damaged material, less than a thumbnail. She shifts her weight to her crutch. The next cycle, they were gone. They took a little food and hiked up towards the wild margins where the Greenway meets the wastes. Someone saw them in the distance, but that was it. They disappeared into the overgrowth. She sits down heavily, the vial in hand. When I saw you, I wanted things to be different. I wanted to keep you here rather than let you disappear into wherever they ended up. She smiles to herself. Yes, I wanted to understand this place better, but I also wanted to help you. It seems that somehow both my wishes have come true at once. She holds out a hand with the vial. This is for you. You take the stabilizer, the glass cold and smooth in your palm. Thank you. Don't thank me, she gazes out at the greenway through the glass. Those club head caps made it for you, or at least who or whatever made those club heads. She starts to clear her bench. It was right there, contained in their tissue. I only had to extract it. I imagine you understand how incredible that is. I learned enough from that sleeper to know your body, your frame runs on some exotic technology. Exotic technology that has a time limit built in. Somehow, the Greenway knows that too. It understands your physiology much better than I ever could. It knows how to treat you. Just like that miraculous antidote that sprung from the mold, so too has this sprung from your presence here. The Greenway is speaking to you. It's welcoming you. She looks up. I know it sounds crazy, but I know it to be true. Here's the evidence. And what I also know is it no longer is speaking to me. Even after decades here, I have never seen this kind of response. Not since the antidote so many cycles ago. She smiles. So I'm going to make you a deal. You bring me as many club heads as you like. I'll extract the stabilizer and give it to you freely. But you have to tell me what the Greenway says. You have to speak with it, to dig into it, to find what being is at the center of it. I've traveled as far as I can. I need you to do the rest. Can you do that? Rico sighs with relief and deflates her chair. Thank you. I'm sorry for the other sleeper, truly, I am. I'm sorry I couldn't have done more, but I'm also glad I met you, she smiles. You're welcome here anytime. Rico falls silent. She looks smaller now, more fragile, and you realize how old she must be to have seen the collapse firsthand. You idle a little in the lab in case she asks for anything else, but she remains silent, and so you drift back into the tunnel, thoughts of that other sleeper and where they ended up weighing on your mind. So I have to harvest those fucking club heads every time I need stabilizer? That sucks. The only way to understand what Gardener gave you is to grow it. Rico's incredibly excited by the prospects. We planted our seed. Yeah, that's gonna suck, not gonna lie. Praise to the stabilizer gods. All right. Oh, this is where you can get scrap components. I see. Can I buy any though? Where am I giving these to? Hi, Sasua. How you doing? Happy Friday. Oh, I need 8. Monka Omega. Back in the office on Fridays for now? No, that sucks. They're like, this guy is living it way too easy on Fridays. Way too easy. Bring his ass in. Who do I sell ship mine parts to? There's so many vendors. This guy. Oh, but I need... Oh, that's a fabricated ship mine. I don't need that. Hopefully work is going okay. Isn't there someone I can sell ship mine fragments to? I don't remember. Oh, wait. That works. I'm not gonna have enough scrap, I don't think. I only have 3 and I need 8. Hi, driver. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Okay, end cycle. Hopefully we still get 3 dice. We did. Their ass. Let's gamba. Nice. That's better. Welcome back, Michael. A rapid burst of movement catches your attention. A drone, its fins adjusting as it hovers in place, floats in the corridor. Hello? The drone shifts a little, but does not respond. The drone buzzes closer, and a voice gurgles out of its speaker, distorted and strange. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Who is this? The drone clicks in words, and the recording starts playing again. Sleeper, come to the cordon. We need to speak. Inspect the drone. You move closer, and the drone bobs away to a safe distance, but as it does, you see the HA of Haven Age emblazoned on its side. Could this be Fang's drone? Satisfied it has delivered its message, the drone rotates and accelerates away as rapidly as it arrived. You stare at it as it disappears from sight, hoping for some insight that escapes you. To the cordon, then. I just hooked up my old disk drive to the PC for the first time in probably a decade. Still working, though. Damn! That's some ancient technology. Archaic, even. Hi, Riley. Welcome in.
3 months of greatness because Madame Sailor is great. Thank you for great times.
Aw, thank you for the 3-month resub. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Happy Friday. Okay, we got food for the flotilla, at least. You're leaning against the metal crates you just loaded up with algae, packed and dried into bright green pucks. Ash hops onto one beside you, flexing her aching back. I hope the refugees like algae. Ash squints at you as if you just interrupted her train of thought. It's a look you have become familiar with. I drunk name change? Ah, okay. Gotcha. Welcome in. It doesn't matter either way. This is what we've got. She sighs, rubbing the back of her neck. In these past cycles, working the algae stack with Esh, you've had little insight into her mind. She rarely seems happy to start a conversation, but is always eager to end one. Despite this, you feel like something has grown between you, something like silent trust, the kind that tends to seed itself in the fertile soil of hand, but necessary work. There's something I've been meaning to ask. Esh raises her head cautiously. Go on. Why escape XPR? Ash pauses, her protective instinct fighting with the trust you've built. You can see her begin to shrug the question off, then she stops, rethinks, sighs. What you need to understand, Sleeper, is that Erland's Eye wasn't the only place where the Solheim collapse happened. Sure, Hawthorne, where we grew up, was an XPR installation, but that didn't screen it from Solheim going under. Actually, Solheim was the only reason XPR were ever here. She pauses, hesitant to get the whole story, but wanting to offer something. They're service corps, you understand. They set up outposts and surrogate systems like this to offer refueling logistics, maintenance services to bigger companies with extraction contracts. She gestures to the eye around her, like Solheim. When Solheim went bust, XPR lost their client. And Hawthorne, well, we lost everything. We became an outpost tasked with just holding on. Keep the refueling platforms running, they said. Keep the outpost stable. Hold on to our claim. She rubs her head as if recalling all this was somehow physically painful. Do you know what it's like to spend your entire life in a place with no future? A place that exists only to hold a legal claim to a piece of territory? To shore up breach of contract negotiations between two corporations? It's like living in a... She searches for the word, her eyes jumping back and forth. In a grave, she clenches her hands. So, if you're looking for the answer to why questions, that's your answer. We, Peek and I, know what it's like to be forgotten, to be locked out. She stares hard at the side of the stack, the algae whirling against the glass in beautiful patterns. She doesn't look away. The silence extends, and you realize the conversation is over. Esh seems angry, not at you, but with herself for even voicing such ideas. After a while, you stand and start to load the crates onto the powered cargo trolley that Esh will run back to the Briar. As you do, you try to catch her eye, but she avoids it, soothing herself instead with the comforting simplicity of physical work. Well? Alright. I need to work on... I need to make another... I get so many of these other mushrooms, bro. Hi, Sergeant! Welcome in! Happy Friday! I have 4 scrap components, but it's not gonna be enough. This should still be 3, right? Oh, complete active scenes. Oh yeah, we have to come up here. Yeah, happy Friday! As you enter the passage that leads through the cordon, a flash of movement catches your eye, the drone. It stops to make sure you've seen it and then flits into a passage leading to a set of narrow stairs. You climb up through a dark shaft, the drone stopping at each landing to check you are following. Despite its lack of expression, there's something overbearing about the way the drone waits, impatiently realigning its fins in sequence. After a long climb, you come out onto an observation platform. The cordon and the vast ramshackle refugee ships beyond fill your vision. The scale seems impossible and immediately you feel small and naive for even thinking you could affect the situation. Something shifts nearby. The drone again. Hi, Ghostface. Welcome in. A woman is standing at the window at the edge of your vision. You aren't surprised you didn't notice her. She, too, seems impossibly small in the shadow of the flotilla. The drone buzzes by her shoulder and she turns. Sleeper, sorry for all the cloak and dagger nonsense. She nods at the drone, but I have never regretted being cautious. She smiles a tight smile and holds out a hand. I'm Helene. The tight smile holds, but the drone keeps a single eye fixed on you. The effect is a little unnerving. Look, she glances around the empty observation deck as if checking for potential eavesdroppers. Let's be straight with each other. I know about your plans and... She cuts in before you can respond. I understand your motives. You look at her in her overalls, the yellow markers, the HA sigil. You've been on the eye long enough to recognize a Haven Age member when you see them. Stay silent. She glances around nervously again and moves a little closer. This entire situation, I'm not here to defend it. She glances back at the flotilla. No one's happy about this. Yeah, I love the art style of Projectoroid. The music and the art style are so, so, so good. Especially not the refugees. She sighs. I'm not your enemy here, no matter what you think. She pauses. Sleeper, tell me something. What does Haven Age mean to you? Hardenhurst. She squints at you. That was unfortunate, but you should know it was one of our own who exposed Harden, and that has been dealt with. Haven Age is used to being criticized. In some ways, we invite it. Our members are free to bring up grievances at any meeting to propose new structures and approaches. She shifts her weight impatiently. As a counselor, it's my duty to listen to them. That's why I was elected by the members. We're an imperfect system, yes, and each counselor, each member, each representative can be flawed, and worse. She looks down. But we keep this place running. That's what we do. And the flotilla? She turns and looks out at the clump of fractured ships. The flotilla is a problem. Can the Eye take in thousands of refugees safely? I don't know. This place is a ruin, Sleeper. What do you think the council discusses? The price of Girl? We make plans to keep this place spinning, to keep life support working, to ensure... Helene's slate chirps and a grim look passes across her face and she sees the notification. She looks tired, the screen light casting her rigid expression in a pale glow. Sleeper, I didn't bring you here to explain how Haven Age works. I came to talk to you about your plan to cross the cordon, breach the quarantine, and supply the flotilla. She looks directly at you. Stay silent. I know you think you're helping the flotilla, but you cannot do this. Right now, halfway along the ring, one of the countless series of debates are being held. These debates are to evaluate the potential harm that could be caused if the refugees of the flotilla are left to enter the station. These debates are at a standstill. Helene walks to the window. Too many in the Haven Age Council think of the flotilla as a threat. After recent events, a hardline group has emerged, protective, selfish. They seek only to benefit the members. In their mind, the flotilla is a danger to life on the Eye. Hi, MM7, welcome in. If you're caught crossing the cordon and breaching the quarantine, it will only strengthen the hardline counselor's case. Criminals who stole a ship from XPR, undermining the security of the station. She shakes her head. It's exactly what they want. The refugees need supplies. They do, and that's exactly what I want to give them. But unless the quarantine is lifted through a fair process, they will never get them. She sighs deeply. And those ex-XPR spacers you're running with, Sleeper, do you know anything about them? Stay silent. Why do you think the refugee flotilla came here now? Something is happening in the system. Something's pushing people out of colonies and outposts that have survived since Solheim collapse. We need to be ready for whatever's coming, ready to protect the Eye. I know the Eye means something to you. I know there's a reason you're still here. Help me protect it. Helene fixes you with a strong look. Persuade those spacers that this is the wrong move, that they will get caught and the flotilla will be locked down, that Haven Age will be delivered into those with the worst instincts. Forget this suicidal supply run with people you barely know. Help me fight for the Eye. Helene looks at you, hoping for some kind of response. Don't offer up the excuse the hardliners need to lock the flotilla out altogether. To persuade the members they are the safest pair of hands. She looks at you imploringly. Please. You look back at her and the flotilla behind and sense a desperation in her plea. A notification breaks the silence. Shit. She rapidly scrolls through pages of data. Sleeper, I need to go. She looks torn. Think about this, please. Talk to the spacers. Help them see reason. And she quickly leaves the observation deck before you have time to respond. You stay for a moment, watching the lights of the tugs and the flotilla, and wonder what it feels like to be on one of those ships, so close to your destination and yet so far from it. And then you think of the Haven Age Council chamber across the Eye, where the right of these people to find safety is being debated. You shiver, and then you two are gone, back into the stairwell and the cold dark below. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Okay. I think I'll still get 3 dice. It is a lot of politics, yeah. Let's see if we can wrap up getting scrap metal. Sleeper. Peek's waiting for you when you leave, but they look different. Pale, drawn out. You need to come up to the Briar now. They don't meet your eye. What's happened? Not here, Peek hisses. Come to the ship. We'll be waiting. Peek walks away. Don't take long. Hi, K-Dub. How you doing? Happy Friday. How you feeling? And with that, they disappear around the corner, leaving you anxious and confused. What the? Hi, Zed. Welcome in. Yeah, you guys go follow K-Dub if you're not already. Or else. Big chillin' today. You're tired. I feel that. I'm glad you're getting some rest at least. Yes, go follow. Or else. As you walk into the climbing briar's cavernous bay, now filled with crates and containers, Esh is waiting for you. I'm doing good. I'm chilling. It's a cozy Friday. Can't complain, really. Hi, Angel. Welcome in. In front of her, sliced open with its inside scattered across the top of a heavy-duty crate, is an object you recognize. Helene's drone. You freeze. Come in quick. Peek nudges you into the bay, looking behind you before sealing the entryway. We have to start being careful. You move closer to the container, your eyes on the drone splayed out in pieces. Some parts of it hooked up to a slate that Peak picks up and begins tapping away at. Ash looks up from the discussion. We caught it buzzing around nearby, heading for the ship. She leans over and taps the HA sigil on one of the removed pieces of plating. It's a Haven Age spy. We think we got it before it sent data back, but we can't be sure. Peak looks at you nervously. Ash cuts in. Have you noticed anyone watching you? Any drones like this? Anyone following you up in the Briar? I've seen this drone. Ash frowns. Following you? I met its owner. Ash pauses for a while, Peak looking between the two of you. Explain, Sleeper, Ash says quietly. Tell them about Helene. You explain that you met with Helene at the Cordon, and you tell Ash and Peak about what she told you. That the Haven Age Council are debating lifting the quarantine, but they are blocked by the hardliners. You speak faster and faster, but before you can finish, Ash walks away in anger and then comes back again, her eyes burning. This is like a RPG visual novel dice game. It fits into like several categories, but it is so far probably one of my all-time favorite indie games. It's a lot of reading, so it's like a very story-heavy game, but the story's really good. The gameplay mechanics are at the top of the screen. These are dice. Depending on like my health bar, basically means I normally would get like 5 dice, but the dice allow you to do day-to-day actions. And like the color of the dice mean different things. So like this is a really, really, really good dice that guarantees I'll have a positive outcome. Whereas like this is not such a great dice and I'm probably likely to get like a negative outcome when I use it. But it's a whole story. It's also kind of like a survival game in a way. So RPG, visual novel, dice, survival game kind of. It fits into a lot of categories, but it's been really good. We finished the base game. And we're currently working on DLC content right now, so I've really been enjoying it. What is this, Sleeper? Have you understood nothing from what we've told you? She paces in front of you. Haven Age are not your friends. They're administrators, which means they're interested only in their own power, their own survival, their own causes. They divide people as easily as sorting livestock. The greater good for their work demands it. The wider project of the station, the colony, the nation. Her eyes are wide as she speaks, her anger barely contained. I didn't have a choice? Why is she mad at me? I simply talked to the chick. I just added it like 2 days ago or so. It's brand new. That one and Riot are new. Yeah. And then we have 3 new static ones. Flushed, Point, and Look Up. Yeah, thanks, Taters. Those are all new as well. Pete cuts in. Listen to them, please, Ash. They're with us. Pete glances between you two. What was the Sleeper supposed to do? They were ambushed by this Helene. I only listened. Let me tell you something, Sleeper, Ash says, her rage hardening into pain. When people become administrators, they give up something. Some part of being human, being an equal among others, goes away. They start talking about the greater good, the systems, the ways in which their hands are tied, or their processes compromised. My mother was the administrator of Hawthorne, and I have seen what it did to her. That noble, higher calling, it's toxic. People should never have the chance to decide the fate of others, and those that do so at a cost to their humanity. Damn, this is getting real. Mom, B said sheesh again. I love it. She's so excited. Peak tries to cut in, but Ash holds up a hand. Don't start, Peak. Don't ask me to be reasonable or calm down. Thousands of people are desperate out there. Being reasonable will only prolong their suffering. Helene can help. Ash turns away. I'm done with this. You're risking this entire supply run just by being here. She walks back into the bay and starts checking the straps on the crates. I go next cycle. We don't need you anymore. Get out. Sleeper, Peak looks torn. You have to understand this is personal for Ash. Helene warned me. Peak tenses. Warned you what, Sleeper? Getting caught will be bad. You don't think we know that? Peak looks tired. You glance around the Bay of Briar, the wall seeming closer every second. This whole thing is closing in on you, and the question is, where do you want to be when it collapses? You look at Peak. And what do you think, Sleeper? Peak rubs their forehead. Should we do this thing or not? I don't know, man. Should I animate this and make it pop? Just explode. Like, I get where Ash is coming from. I completely understand, but it did seem like Helene wanted to help. And sometimes you do have to do things the quote-unquote right way. I want to just say I don't know, but I feel like I don't know is such a cop-out pussy answer, but I don't know. But also, like, if I say no, that's kind of putting my trust in, like, a corpo. And I don't know that that's the right answer either, even if Helene did actually seem like she wanted to help. But they also already know about it. Like, I don't know. I don't think we should. I don't think we should. Pete grimaces. I was worried you would say that. To be honest with you, Sleeper, I'm not sure how we got here. I mean, I know what we did, but it's like the universe shifted under us. One moment we were escaping Hawthorne, and now we're here, and I have no idea what's coming. They look at Ash. But do you see her? They look back at you. She knows how we got here. She's driving this thing forward, and she saved my life. So if your answer is no, I'm gonna need you to stand back and get out of our way, because wherever she goes, that's where I'll follow. Don't do this. Peak smiles weakly, their eyes glistening. You can't ask me to do that, Sleeper. You can't. Then fuck it, I'm in. I'm not gonna leave them. If I can't talk them out of it, then I'm just gonna do it with them, right? I'm not gonna leave them hanging. Hi, Carpenter, welcome in. Like, I can try and talk them out of it, but if they are this hell-bent on doing it, like, I'm not just gonna leave them hanging, right? Yeah. Peak nods. Okay, then. They squeeze your shoulder. Onward. They slip away to help Ash, leaving you alone to replay the conversation in your head. A certain kind of grim determination settling in the room. Last chance to prepare. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? Okay, I gotta try and get some scrap. Where do I get scrap from again? Also, I haven't, like, done any of this. Am I supposed to be doing this before the next cycle as well? Because there ain't no fucking way. Oh, well, that's good. If you, like, finally got an answer. Seems like a good idea to work on this. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna have to take a stabilizer. I have one more cycle left to slam that, I guess. We're just gonna not do the scrap, I guess. Okay. Oh, God, Carpenter, that sounds awful. What the? That sounds absolutely bloody miserable, mate. Okay, we're gonna eat. I'm gonna stabilize, and we're gonna slam those with good dice. Hopefully. Hi, RPG, welcome in. Happy Friday. 4 antibiotics and 1 steroid later, we finally found a med that's helping. That sounds awful, Carpenter. The gamble of dice with using stabilizer for maximum options really intensifies the expansions. It's all close walk. Yeah, literally. Okay. Please, 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 please. Woo! Look at those dice. Have a good day, senpai. Hopefully work goes smoothly for you. Thanks for hanging. Yeah, I love this game, RPG. I love this game a lot. Dude, these dice are on fire. All right. Let's do this. Did I just get scrap from this as well? Yeah, damn. More scrap? Oh my god, this is amazing. So we're literally getting scrap and completing this. Okay. Pete grins as you pile the ion thruster sets onto the motorized trolley in a derelict loading bay. I borrowed this from Esh. I barely know how it works. They seem giddy at the idea of stealing the ship parts from Haven Age. I thought you worked for XPR. I did, but not as a repair tech. They help you heave the thruster into position. My specialty was computer systems. I mostly worked on keeping the protocols that ran the refueling platforms from totally decaying due to lack of use. There's a load of platforms in orbit of the moon Hawthorne is on, and Cinder itself. Ash and I ended up having to head out to them regularly to work on them. Sounds technical. Peak smiles. That was the best job at Hawthorne. You get assigned a ship, you get to leave the colony for a bit, so much better than outpost maintenance or canteen work. The only reason we got assigned it was that Esh's mother is the administrator of Hawthorne, and Esh managed to get my name on the list too. Peak looks for the trolley's ignition. Ash is always saving me. They find the switch and hit it, and the trolley starts whining. Peak looks at the thrusters. Ash will install these. The Briar is her baby, really. Peak looks toward the bay exit. Truth be told, I was surprised she could bring herself to take it from her mother. Losing a ship, that has to have hurt the colony. What's her mother like? Tough. You'd have to be to keep control of us. Oh, tough. You'd have to be to keep control of a services outpost with no services to provide. Peak looks away. It's a tough place overall. Hawthorne. And Ash's mom, she likes it that way. Peak shuffles the trolley out of the bay into the corridor. They'll manage without the Briar. No choice. Peak smiles. And I have to admit, I'd love to have seen her face when she saw we had gone. Peak pauses. Don't tell Ash that. They walk on quietly, lost in their memories of Hawthorne. Okay, I think I can manage the rest. Peak brushes their hair out of their face. You've done more than enough this cycle. Peak looks over the thrusters. Once these are fitted, the Briar will handle better than ever. You might even get a thank you from Ash. Peak laughs. They head off into the corridor, the trolley whining its high-pitched whine. See you soon. Okay, we only need one more scrap metal. I didn't get to do any of this stuff. So, I don't know that this is gonna go very well. Yeah, I literally didn't get to do any of that. Well, there's just no way. I don't even know how you would manage that. Where am I putting this scrap at? Yeah, for sure. There's just like not enough time and dice for it all. Where do I input all these scrap at? I know I needed 8 scrap for somewhere and I don't remember where. Is it here? Oh, it's literally right here. Okay. Whale. Hi, Cthulhu. Welcome in. I did not check in here enough. What else? I got them water, I got them food, and I filled out the scrap. How is Briar's hold not filled up? This is not looking good. You look over the pile of scrap components lying in the Briar. You look around, the bay is empty. Ash and peek either elsewhere on the station or on the bridge a couple of levels up. You begin sorting through the pile, separating out useful components and boxing them by use. You don't recognize everything you find, but before long, you get into the rhythm of sorting. As you do, your mind starts to drift, your attention being drawn into the dark corners of the bay. The Briar's in surprisingly good condition, considering that Hawthorne and XPR must have been operating it for decades by now. The marks of care are everywhere, from the delicate patch jobs polished to meld into the original finish, or the carefully bound wiring running through custom trunking. Ash loves this ship, that much is clear. Something catches your eye in the dark corners, a matte black stack of crates you hadn't spotted before. They're sleek and compact, tucked away behind some of the bigger, more worn containers. You put the components away and go over to the sleek crates. You run your hands across their textured surface, but there's a little hint of what lies inside in the opaque metal casing. When you see it, a yellow symbol embossed onto the far side of the crate, a universal sigil used by spacers, corporations, and manufacturers alike. It's one you have seen throughout your time as a sleeper, its meaning all too familiar: explosive contents. You hear a hiss and Esh comes up through the bay's lock. She barely registers your presence, nodding at you as she passes. Sleeper, she busies herself with some task at the back of the bay. Ask about the crates. Ash doesn't turn around from whatever she's busy with. Just more supplies, Sleeper, like everything else here. You can't think of anything else to ask, but since that the atmosphere has now somehow shifted, you quickly finish up the sorting and slip out, waving goodbye to her back as you do. You have an upgrade point. I've got 3 upgrade points. I'm gonna save these for now because I don't know which thing I want to do to get more points in. Hell yeah, Older! GG's! We're the same rank now. Congrats, dude! Hell yeah. Get it. Oh, let me eat first. That's what I came down here for. Spider-Man thought he was gonna bully Lord Luna, and you showed him what's what. You bullied him back? Hell yeah, old dude. Well, here we go. Yes, old dude. Thanks for the Giga Luna Slay. I appreciate it. Gamba? Gamba. She's gone, Sleeper. Peek is breathless and shaking. She started the run without us. Ash? Peek looks confused. Who else? Let's go. If we head to the cordon now, Peek starts back up the corridor. They turn back. She has to make it, Sleeper. She has to. A shiver runs down your spine. Ash, I hope you know what you're doing. One grove spawn. I need to be working on that so that the garden is like ready to go. You arrive frantic and anxious at the cordon. Peak is nowhere to be seen. Then you hear footsteps hammering on the metal stairway Helene's drone led you through before, the one that leads up to the observation deck. You leap up the stairs 2 at a time and make it to the top, momentarily blinded by the light pouring into the observation deck. Sleeper, Peak emerges from the light. I know she's trying to protect me, but it's okay, she chose. But what about my choice, Sleeper? I'm not a child anymore, I can fight for myself. They turn away. There she is. Peak rushes to the wide window, leaning forward to catch a glimpse of the climbing briar's blue XPR livery against the black of the void. You spot the climbing briar, a glint of blue and white, tiny and alone, arching down towards the red lights of the cordon. She's exposed, Peak says nervously. They'll see her coming if they look. You watch the cordon and the buzzing tugs for any sign of movement, any response. The briar crawls silently across your view. Come on, Ash, Peak hisses. Then you see it, a sudden flicker of yellow. Peak sees it too. Those 2 tugs are heading to cut her off. They grip the rail. Go, Ash! As if responding to Peak's urging, the briar speeds up, diving for the cordon edge now. Like a hawk descending, you tense up. Peak grips the rail as the briar races towards the edge of the cordon. That invisible net of sensors splayed between ships and drones. Can she pass through? The response is immediate. The moment the briar hits the net of sensors, the entire cordon reacts. Sequences of blinking lights cascade out from the ship's position, the angry red of the cordon multiplied many times over. I fucked up. Shit. Peak presses a hand against the window. As they do, the briar accelerates, weaving dangerously through the flotilla. You move closer to the window without thinking, unable to take your eyes off the rapidly descending ship, spinning between the hulls of the flotilla, a group of tugs now tracing its path in pursuit. The briar drifts through the flotilla, but it's agonizingly slow. Come on, Ash, Peak shouts in desperation, pressing a palm against the glass. You squint at the gathering yellow glints of the tugs. They are too fast. You both watch in dismay as the tugs swarm the briar, their shunts locking onto the hull of the ship and holding it in place. The briar's stuck. Its drives unable to escape the tug's grip, especially in the close quarters of the flotilla. Peak is silent, and you watch as the briar is dragged away towards the facility at the edge of the rim, a hole opening up in the pit of your stomach. You look at Peak, but they don't respond. They don't take their eyes off the briar. Even after it disappears, they stand there at the glass, their eyes fixed on the flotilla. She didn't even get the supplies through. Peak doesn't look at you. This was all for nothing. We can get her back. This was stupid, Sleeper. Peak looks back at you, their eyes wet. A stupid plan. We had a ship and our freedom. Now what do we have? Peak slams a hand on the glass in frustration, making you jump. I won't be trapped again. I won't. They turn and rush out of the observation deck before you can say anything, leaving you alone with the cold and the light. I fucked up. There's just like, I don't know what else. I guess I was only operating with 3 dice for a while. So I wasn't like operating at full potential to like get a lot of those objectives filled. Fuck. Helene left a message with one of her drones for you to meet her here when she's done cleaning up the mess. Well, that ain't good, chat. That ain't good. The Chair Obscure Expedition. Holy, the game is large game. I have not watched it yet. It's life on the ice, survival on the ice, things can go wrong. Yeah, I just feel like I really fucked up. That was just a lot of things to try and use all my dice for. I did the best I could, but it doesn't feel good. Feels like a massive waste of time and dice. It's high fantasy with turn-based combat. Yeah, I'll have to check it out. I do be liking some turn-based. All right. Got our garden growing again. Hi, Aramaic. Welcome in. That's being a citizen on the ice sometimes. That's fair. That's fair. Does not feel good though. Get some scrap components, maybe. To mend myself. Also, doesn't someone take these mushrooms somewhere? What can I do with these mushrooms? I have so many. I swear someone took them for something. Hi, kitty. How's it going? Happy Friday. Was it the commune? Let me see. Farm stacks? No. No, this just gives me energy. No, it's nothing up here, shockingly. It's going good. Well, it was going good. I just got a bad outcome to a quest, unfortunately, because I just didn't do enough. So not going great. Who buys these freaking mushrooms? I swear somebody buys these mushrooms. I thought. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe nobody wants these stinky mushrooms. I could have sworn there was a place. Oh, here it is. This place. Nice. Sheesh! I can make fat stacks of cash here. We never did the quest line at the bar. I didn't know there was a quest line at the bar. Which bar? This? The tea house? What's the overlook bar? More down. This? Oh, this. Talia is as good as her word and happy to throw a shifter to your way. The pay isn't great, but tips can make... Yeah, I didn't really know this was a quest. I just thought it was a way to make money. So I just didn't really do it. Nice, Apollo! Hell yeah. New games. Yeah, I didn't do it because I didn't know that it was like a quest. I thought it was just like another like way to make money, and I was doing okay. So I just didn't sweat it. Hi, Sarcasm. It's kind of a lot to explain, but it's basically just like about surviving on this space station, meeting characters, doing quests and stuff. It's really good. But we're Like, we finished the base game. We're kind of working on a DLC right now, so. Hi, John! Thank you for the Giga Fire emote. She looks so cute. Gigafied. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome in. Okay, so we're waiting on our garden. We're still waiting on this. And I don't think I can do anything with the DLC at the moment. We're just kind of waiting. Yeah, I think I have one more cycle left to wait. And I have so many dice. What do I do? And I have plenty of energy, really. What do I do with all these dice, bruh? We could go to the bar, take care of mushrooms. I mean, the mushrooms are being worked on. There's not really anything else I can do there. Other than... if I just want to, like, bank up some spores. I could bank up spores. But maybe we go to the bar. Where do I buy? I want to buy more scrap too, if I can. Can never have enough dice in D&D. True. I can't buy any more scrap. Pepe hands. All right, Overlook Bar it is then, I guess. Sheesh. My money. Sounds good. Have a good day, Michael. All right, end cycle. These aren't terrible, but I'm gonna gamba. I shouldn't have gambled. It's fine. Is this ready yet? I'm sorry, Sleeper. Helene comes towards you along the walkway, but your friend must have known there was a chance this would happen. She seems unsure of how to greet you and looks nervously around. She's being held along with her ship. What now? I don't know, Sleeper. I don't know. Helene pinches the bridge of her nose. Cordon Security has your friend, and she and her ship will be held in the quarantine until it's lifted. As for the quarantine, she glances at her slate. We're working on it, but the council's unlikely to budge now. Not after this. She runs a hand through her hair. This is the last thing I needed. Helene meets your eye. She was carrying weapons. Do you know that? She stares at you. We found a crate of firearms on her ship. Stay silent. Helene meets your eye. She was carrying weapons. You know that? She stares at you. We found a crate. Oh. Why did this repeat? Is this a bug? It literally repeated the same. And the refugees? Nothing good. Helene looks away. As you know, Cordon Security intercepted your friend before she could get supplies through. Since then, the refugees have cut off all communication. I'm worried, Sleeper, about what's happening in there. But after recent events, Cordon Security are keeping the place locked down tighter than ever. No one can get in. Meanwhile, the hardline counselors are preaching in their chamber as we speak. It's a deadlock, and I don't know when it will loosen its grip. Helene walks a little away and turns back. I wish I had better news, Sleeper, but we knew this was coming. What can be done? It's a waiting game now. I'll do my best to make my voice heard in the debates to persuade members, and we will see what can be done. We still don't know why the flotilla came here, why they abandoned settlements and outposts throughout the system to flee the ruined station. What little we heard from them concerned computer and life support systems collapsing in waves, machinery in flux. Helene sucks in a breath. This isn't over. You think of the people of the flotilla. Helene is right. People don't abandon their homes for nothing. What wave is rushing through the system, and when will it reach the eye? Helene interrupts your thoughts. I have to go. The debates will restart soon, and I should be there. She waits for a moment, and it's unclear if she's trying to think of something to say or just waiting for you to speak. But the silence keeps you both quiet, and she walks off down the corridor, a nod the only farewell she offers. You hoped that speaking to her might ease the knot of worry in your chest, but it remains there, reminding you of Esh, of the refugees, and the wait ahead. What is done, no matter how many times you turn it over in your head. You get the feeling you will be needed soon, and for that you must save your strength. What was it Fang told you, Erlin said? The eye opens for us all? Not this time. For now, the eye remains closed to those that need it. A shudder runs through you. Something's coming, you can feel it. This isn't over. Dang. So we have to wait 3 more days? Oh, wait. Oh, the first part of Flotilla's story is complete. Episode Refuge begins when the cycle clock below is filled. Okay. Interesting. Well, that kind of sucks. I fucked up the first part, I think. Unfortunate. Why does the game discuss the inner thoughts of the characters? Not sure I understand your question. All right, let me finish this. My energy. The girl slides from the bottle into the lumpy recycled glass, a pale grassy yellow under the overlook's warm lights. The spacer nods and takes the drink, bringing it up to their face in both hands like an offering bowl. This is the good stuff. The stuff Tala says is aged in wooden casks, stored in some closed-off part of the old station among corroded wires and softly looping systems. Though sometimes it's hard to tell if Tala is joking. Either way, you like pouring this stuff. It gets on your fingers, and if you rub them together, you can smell the mossy drink. Cut through with aniseed, mushrooms, wood, as the alcohol evaporates. You like those who order it too. The aged girl is kept beneath the bar, open to order only by those who know it's there, like the quiet spacers sitting at the bar right now. Hi, Todd! Welcome in! Thank you for the raid. How was your stream? Welcome, welcome. Is this game trying to kill me? I've never even heard of that. Is that like a super frustrating type of game? That sounds like a troll game. Like Only Up or whatever. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Welcome in, you guys. We are playing a little indie game called Citizen Sleeper. We're kind of in the DLC a little bit. But it's a super cozy game. It's a lot of reading, so I'm kind of an audiobook for stream when I play this on Fridays. But yeah, welcome in, you guys. I hope it was a good stream. Snooze the ads for a little bit. But yeah, thank you, thank you. I do have a fun little raid video I like to play when we get raids of 5 or more viewers to welcome you guys in. So enjoy the raid video. The game was fun. It's not like Only Up. It's more escape room meets Inception. Oh, that sounds pretty interesting, actually. Welcome in. Is it Kotri? I hope I said that right. Welcome in. But yeah, enjoy the raid video, you guys. Thank you again for the raid, Todd. I appreciate it. I'm glad you had a good stream. Watch the spacer. They are far enough away that you can freely watch them as you close the bottle and tuck it beneath the bar. You call them a spacer because they bear the hallmarks: pale, vac-suited, bird-boned, and hunched beneath the weight of the station's spin gravity. But the closer you look, the less you see a type. Pale eyes, almost gray, but kind. Delicate fingers that lightly drum the bar as if it was an instrument. A shock of black hair almost covering a forehead scar. Scars are something you have learned to value. They're what marks out your body from the hundreds, maybe thousands, who knows, of similar models that rolled out of SNRP's biolabs. You find yourself rubbing one on your forearm, a rough little split, something that on the good days you might think of as a mark of defiance. Suddenly you hear a heavy clunking at the door. It creaks open and a huge cylindrical metal tank tumbles through, slamming into the floor. Shit! Tala breezes in from behind it, a whirl of hair and bright eyes. Shit, shit, shit. Tala? Sleeper! She ducks behind the bar and comes over. Can you help me with this? You look at the huge metal tank suspiciously. How'd you get that up here? Tala puts a hand on her hip. Are you going to help me or what? You come around the bar and get to one side of the tank. Okay, says Tala, on my count. 1, 2, 3. You both heave the tank up to standing, somehow. You hold it in place, struggling to keep it steady. Where's this going? In the back, comes a voice from behind the tank. Somehow you manage to lug the huge thing into the back room where you place it in one corner, dwarfing the rest of the contents in the cramped space. As you do, you hear a crunch. You stand back and look at the expired rations oozing out from under the tank. Oh shit. Tala looks at you apologetically. I know you liked those. That's okay. You push the crushed rations to one side. That's the end of that. Tala looks exhausted and rubs her shoulders. Francis, I swear to... Francis? Francis, I mentioned him already. My guy on the door, deals with suppliers, tall. She sighs. He was supposed to be back from Etienne's up in the Greenway by now. Back with our Girl. She leans against the tank. It seems like he's got lost again or joined the Haifa commune. We need that Girl. There's 4 other bars near here and the spacers sure as hell don't come to the Overlook for the ambiance. She looks through the open door to check if anyone can hear her. She knocks on the hollow tank. So I'm taking matters into my own hands. She smiles. Welcome, Sleeper, to the Overlook Distillery. You look around the dank back room. Needs some work. It's really good. It's like an RPG with like visual novel elements. It's a dice game, so you do all of your actions with like dice. And it's kind of a survival game in a way. Like you have to like sustain your character's health and stamina and stuff. So it's definitely a mixed bag as far as genres go, but I love it. It's been so good. I've been playing it the past few weeks on Fridays. The music is beautiful. The artwork is cool. The story is really good. It's like cyberpunk meets like sci-fi, like space sci-fi. So it's really good. I definitely recommend it if you're into indies and story games. But yeah, it's super, super good. She picks at some paint flaking from the metal walls. Well, I might need some help though. She shrugs. You up for it? She knocks on the tank again. Could be fun. All right. She grabs you by the shoulders. I'm excited. She turns around and looks at the tank. I reckon we chop this thing in half. One half for fermentation, the other we turn into still. We'll also need to gather the ingredients. She turns back and looks at you. You look more like a chopper than a gatherer, she smiles. So how about you build the still and tub while I work on the rest? Definitely gonna check it out. Yeah, and actually the second one comes out next week. Citizen Sleeper 2 releases next week. So now is a really good time to play through the first one. It's not terribly long, but I only play it 1 day a week. So I think this is maybe like my 4th stream of it. And it would probably go a lot quicker if you don't plan to stream it, just because I read everything out loud, which is obviously much slower than like when you read in your head. So it definitely takes me a lot longer to get through it because I'm like talking to Chad and reading out loud. But if it's something that you just kind of play cozy to yourself, you can probably get through it pretty quick. So, oh wait, Sleeper, I have an idea. Tal is grinning now and is making you nervous. To make up for the rations, how about we put a kitchen in here too? Will it fit? We'll make it work. She turns back to the tank. This is gonna be great, she says to herself. You look at the dented tank in the bare room. At least she has a vision. My headcanon is that B reads out loud off stream too. I don't. It's so much work to read out loud. It helps me concentrate better though when I read out loud. I feel like I retain it a bit more if I'm reading out loud. Talo nudges you out of the back room and closes the door. As you go back to the bar, you hear the banging and thumping begin. The spacer finishes up the drink and nods in your direction as they leave. You can't quite tell if it's a gesture of sympathy or good luck. So much for a quiet shift. New drive. Okay. We'll start working on that. The guy with the world record for speed talking. Yeah, but does he actually like retain anything? Because my issue is like, if I read too fast, I'm not retaining anything. I just be yapping. All right. I am gonna go take a quick break and use the restroom. We have ads playing, so now's probably a good time. So yeah, give me a couple minutes, chat. I'm gonna go pee and use the pee and use the restroom. Pee and get a drink probably. So yeah, give me a couple minutes. I will BRB.
Welcome to Orbit!
I back. Our whole apartment smells like chili. I'm salivating. I can't wait to eat after stream. Thanks, taters. Got me some Gatorade. Thanks, driver. Thank you, Olderd. Did you guys behave? No pyramids? Can you come over for chili? We have a lot. We have plenty. All right. Thanks, Narn. I appreciate it. Hi, Zero. How's it going? Welcome in. Okay. So we're still waiting on our fungal growth for our garden. We're still waiting on this. I'll be over tomorrow evening. Perfect. Yeah, AP made some chili on stream last night. And anytime he makes chili, our apartment smells like chili for like 3 days. And it smells so, so, so good. Were you reading to yourself while you were AFK? Wait, what? Things happen, but what happened during the BRB screen stays on the BRB screen? What the? Altered! What the fuck? Altered! Thank you for the 23 hundy. You little sneaky plat 3 gremlin. Altered, what the fuck? Thank you so much for the gigabitties, dude. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you. Absolutely destroyed daily bit goal, mate. He did. Altered, thank you so much, you sneak. Little gremlin. Just wasn't even gonna say nothing either. Thank you so much, Altered. What the? Energy, energy, energy.
You think that's air you're breathing now?
Get badge. That scared me. Altered! Thank you for the 500. Ooh, which badge you got now? 100k bit badge. You probably got a new emote with that as well. I don't know what the 100k bit emote is, but I know there is one. Hi, Reese's. Happy Friday. Altered, thank you so much for all the biddies, dude. Thank you, thank you. I'm curious what emote you want. I don't even know my own bit emotes at this point, not gonna lie. Older, thank you so, so much, dude. What the hell? Oh yeah, we gotta wait 3 cycles for the DLC to kick in, right? Okay. End cycle. How you doing? Hopefully you're having a good Friday, Reese's. You're on break, Zero? Hell yeah. What you got for lunch? I'm gonna reroll these. Nice. All right, one more cycle on this. I think one more cycle on that as well. Older got that fancy badge now. I don't know which one it is, but dang, look at all those video emotes. But yeah, they're all the Ray and the Eevee. You got the Eevee emote? Hell yeah, cute. Had a heck of a week. I'm so ready for the weekend. You're in luck. The weekend is here, mates. Sounds good, Kadri. Thanks for stopping in. I actually always forget about my Eevee emote. I need to use it more. I always forget about it. I need to start using my Eevee emote more. Okay, where's our bar? Here we go. Ramen, chips, and a ho-ho. Very nice. I got pulp smoothie, got the 3-berry smoothie and honey mustard chicken wrap. That sounds tasty. That sounds very tasty. Nice. All right, back this way. Get our free energy with our bad die. Okay. Sleep. 4 die. Ooh. Rico has something in her hands when you enter the lab. It looks like a knotted twist of woody stems, a ring about the circumference of a human head, consisting of a single stalk at one side and branched, woven network at the other. As you approach, she holds it up, and in the lights of the lab, it looks like a crown. Rico finishes your thought. She smiles and shakes her head in disbelief. Is that what grew? It is. I came to the plant this morning, and this loop was all that was there. She points to a lump on the edge of the ring. The seed grew right back into itself, twisted up out of the soil. That being you encountered in the cloud, as you call it, was it wearing one of these? She eyes you suspiciously, still unsure if she's somehow embroiled in a new overlong prank. No. She sighs. I suppose that would be too easy. She smiles to herself. A root crown. She places the object on the bench and shuffles to her analysis terminal, her face lit by its amber light in the dim corner of the lab. Well, it isn't exactly a plant anyway, not from what I can tell. She gives you a serious look. No leaves, no chloroplast, just a series of filaments encased in cellulose walls. How did it grow? Seems the seed contained everything it needed, a self-contained entity, nothing less. She beckons you over, but that isn't the good part. Look at this. You see a cross-section scan of the crown. It's layers of plant-like structure on full view until you reach the center. There, instead of xylem and phloem for transporting nutrients, something branched and woven glints. Metal? In part, yes. They seem to contain metal, perhaps absorbed from the station itself. She leans closer to the screen, but you see those branches? They remind me of dendrites? Of neurons? She rubs her eyes, which frankly is ridiculous. You look back at the crown on the table as Rico fusses over the scans, and you suddenly realize what it reminds you of. You remember signing the forms, the walk to the sleeper tanks, the cold metal floor. Then you remember the crown they fitted you with, the branching structure of wires and pads. No, not a crown. They called it an interface. The tool of your emulation, your transference from neurons to electrons. An interface. That is your gift from the gardener. You turn back to Rico. What the? Rico looks at you puzzled. Something clicks in her mind. Perhaps something she heard from the sleeper she had helped all those cycles ago. She starts talking, partly to you, partly to herself. If the club heads were made for you, then this too could be made for you, for your frame. She shuffles over quickly to the interface, a word that is stuck to this strange branch object quickly in your mind. You're right. That entity, it is the entity I have been looking for. She shuffles quickly to the crown. They are the entity which is controlling the Greenway, which has been maintaining it, supporting it, and has been guiding it for all these decades. She stops to catch her breath. They want to talk with you. Rico leads you to a seat. I will be here, sleeper. If something happens, if you wish me to remove the crown, the interface, just squeeze. She grips your hand tightly. You meet her eyes, clouded with age, but bright with the thrill of new discoveries. Then she places the interface on your head and everything blinks out. This is interesting. Back into the river, back into the dark flow, but something is different now. You're no longer pushed, no longer blocked and buffeted by the storm. Instead, it flows around you. You move and it parts, letting you pass. Something else resists, but it gives easily enough. You look back and see your body. You have left it behind. Somewhere, Rico's voice is talking to you, asking you questions. It's excited, eager, desperate to know what lies on the other side, what the entity has to say to you. You realize how long she's waited for this moment, for the moment of meeting between inhabitants of the Greenway and its protector, and yet she still's on the outside. You shake off the sadness. You will be her eyes, then you see the figure, Gardener, out in the storm, planting. It takes less than a moment to reach them. You've never felt so free. This is how Navigator must have felt, released from their prison. This, you think, is what it feels like to be in the place where you were built to inhabit. Gardener does not turn at your approach. They go on planting, but their voice whispers in the waters like a sharply rising current. You grew the gift. Their speech hisses around you. Good. I am glad. Who are you? Gardener is a good name. You chose it well. I will grow into it. How does it feel to be free of your seed? They stoop to plants again. My seed? That in which you were contained, from which you will grow. There was some disagreement, continues the gardener, as if you were picking up on a long-held conversation with the others. They felt you were a danger, but they're always cautious, especially the fungi. They like old loam, known knowns, wide and stable networks. I don't understand. Neither did they, but time is on our side, and time is an excellent method of persuasion. He gestures out into the storm, and though you cannot see them, you feel presences all around, sensing this audience with great interest. After all, they understood that it was I who made them their crowns, and without them, they would not have joined the chorus, so they see that it is only fair that you get your chance to join too. Join? Yes, become part of this. Gardener stoops again. We are millions and we grow. I hope you understand. I am unused to speaking to your kind. It has been many cycles since my last conversation. I think it was with the chief executive Trellick himself. You look around and you see it. Every growing thing, every non-human being in the Greenway is here. They are networked, connected, branched, and linked by this strange being, this artifact of the old station. The impossible dream of a senile farm administration, AI, a living network. You could dissolve here, you realize, free of that decaying body. You wouldn't need to be a person. Why would you, among all these other minds? You turn away from the gardener for a moment and look back at your body. A tiny hairline thread connects it to you. You hear Rico's voice again, still asking, still checking in. Are you okay, Sleeper? What are they saying, Sleeper? Are you still there, Sleeper? Something in you sighs a long sigh, a sigh that speaks of an exhaustion beyond tiredness. An exhaustion rooted deep inside you. It stems from the effort of answering questions, of answering problems, of getting up and breathing each cycle. Relatable. Welcome back, Gearman! I hope your pizza was good. But something else resists the sigh. A yearning, a sense of distance, a desire to squeeze that hand that holds you for its warmth, its blood, its complexity. To make a gesture that says, I'm still here, I'm still alive, I'm with you. The two ideas spin within you, making you nauseous. If you break that thread, you will be free, free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a billion others. If you follow it, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake up. Older, thank you for the gifts up to Gearman. What the heck? You need to chill, bro. Out of control today. Thank you, thank you. Enjoy, Gearman. Rico's, if you squeeze Rico's hand, you will wake back up. Back in that dying body with all the pain and warmth that entails. What does this mean? Can I not be able to? Would I still be able to do the DLC? B took all my allowance of this week. I guess I'll have ramen for dinner. Oldered? You better be good, or else you're gonna get a knuckle sandwich. So is breaking the thread staying in this place, and following the thread is going back to where Rico is, I think? I just want to confirm that before I choose. I think breaking the thread means I stay here, right? Follow the thread means I like follow it back to my body. I think I want to stay because he even, or our character even said, as soon as we got here, Drake is waking up. Oh, wait. Okay, I'm confused. I don't know which option is which then. So then I said it reverse? No. I was right. I was right. If you break the thread, you will be free. Free to dissolve here, to grow strange and beautiful among a million others. Yeah, I was right. If you follow it, you squeeze Rico's hand and you will wake up. So follow, break is not waking up. Follow is waking up. But yeah, I think I'm gonna break the thread because even when we got here, our character was like, I finally feel like where I'm supposed to be, like where I belong. And like, he compared it to how the navigator must have felt. B was right. I was right, motherfucker. I'm gonna do it. Plus our body is like decaying and we constantly have to rely on stabilizer. I'm doing it. You reach down and pinch the thread. The finality of this moment descends on you. I'm doing it. You pluck the thread like a string. It snaps. Nothing changes. You stand at a point of stillness. No, you don't stand. You have no legs, no body. You are a point of stillness, a point in the flow. Your mind fizzes. 1,000 new shoots break through the soil. They intertwine with you, embrace you. Some part of you decays while something else feeds from that decay. The spores of your new thoughts float away in shifting clouds and settle in the new soil. Then you see Gardner out there still planting, and they stop, like an old man resting in the fields, and they turn to face you. And you join the chorus, and together you sing the song of growing things. Accept the offer, break the thread, and join the chorus. Damn. So we rolled credits twice. That's actually pretty cool. There are like so many endings. Okay, overachiever. That's actually really cool. I wonder if there's any coming back from this one though. Because the other one we like were able to stay and then just keep doing stuff on the station. But how would we do the DLC at this point? Maybe we just don't? We're just a higher existence now, yeah. I'm sad because like, I liked our character and the little life we made there, but I mean, we were constantly decaying. And he even said when he got down there in the cloud, like he actually like felt a sense of belonging. Like that's where he was made to be, or she, they. So I don't know. I like that decision. But we did kind of abandon the DLC. I didn't know that quest was gonna lead to another end game decision. I feel like the end game is very, the end game decisions are so abrupt. They just like happen. Yeah, that's the end of my game. Okay, well, no DLC then, I guess. That's that. That's okay. We did part of it. I'm sad I didn't really get to see how it played out, but another one for the books. That is a part of greatness of the game, is your journey and the many different endings give you your own closure. Yeah. I like too the way that it's done. Like obviously the DLC is unfinished and I would have liked to have seen where it like led to. Yeah, maybe we could. Let's see. I wonder if this would put us before we make that decision, maybe? I think it does. Or where are we? Yeah. So the issue though with this is I can't end a cycle until all scenes are done. So I would just have to pick the other option if I want to keep going. If we want to keep doing the DLC. Do we want to keep going, chat? Then we could see the other outcome. Oops. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. We had this whole conversation already. It's an interface. Oh my God. Can you put it on your head? Where does it take you? Okay. You don't look back at Gardner. You don't dare risk it. Instead, you follow the thread, delicately, carefully, like a diver following their lifeline back to the surface. The river whirls around you, but it doesn't pull. It isn't jealous. Neither does it understand. It is, after all, just a river. It isn't a person, a flesh and blood person, with wants, with desires, with the capacity for love and hate. It doesn't understand you, and you don't understand it. So you don't focus on it. You don't think about it, on what feels like such a long journey back through the dark. You set your mind on eyes instead, on hands, things you can focus on, hold on to. And then, after an age of crossing, you are there, settling back into the chair, into a body in a chair, and the overwhelming sensations that come with being a living thing with a rich and detailed sensorium. For a moment, you feel like you've made a terrible mistake. Who would choose this weight, this anxiety, this deep well at the center of existence? But then you feel it, Rico's hand, gripped hard around yours, trembling a little, sweating a little. Rico's hand with its brittle bones and crumpled skin, Rico's hand. And in that moment, you understand why you made this choice. And then you squeeze Rico's hand and you wake up. Aw, we got more achievements. How close am I? It's all in-game? I actually don't know that I can do the expansion unless this lets me keep playing after. Members. Like, I wonder if I can still be alive after this one, or I may not be able to do the expansion because I can't end a cycle if there's an open scene. Just vibe to the music. Okay, cool. Yeah, I love this. How many more achievements do I need to have the 100% for this? I'm assuming because I fucked up a couple of the drives, I probably missed out on some achievements. It probably seems like getting all the endings is them. A good bunch, yeah. It's really cool. There's so many endings and options. I think I still have another ending open to me. Yep. The tower with the, yeah, that's what I was literally about to say. I can still help like leave on that ship too. She's going for the hundo. I just want to see how many I'm off. Nice. Okay. Sleeper? Rico's voice comes wavering through the dark. Are you still with me? You sit up, the lab bright green glare that fades as you gather yourself. I'm here. Rico smiles. Good. She squeezes your hand. I thought you'd left me for a moment. What? She pauses. Who? She smiles. Tell me about it. Tell me everything. Tell her the truth. You tell Rico everything. You tell her about the gardener, that strange farm administrator AI that has grown to be so much more, about the chorus, that impossible configuration of networked plants, and finally about the choice the gardener offered you. She listens attentively, but her responses are hard to read, and you wonder if she might have made a different decision had she been in your place. Thank you, Sleeper, for telling me. I know it isn't easy to say such things. People so often do not wish to hear strange truths. She looks away. And thank you for returning to me. Though I know you had your own reasons, she squeezes your hand reassuringly. Something passes between you then, a kind of shared sadness for the impossible choice. The choice to escape your body or to stay and suffer it. Her smile is warm and generous, and whatever the wisdom of your choice, you're glad to feel welcome in this moment, in this place. Then suddenly, she stands and walks a little away, as if trying to escape an unpleasant thought. You worry that she knows all too well what it takes to make a choice like you did. Rico sighs. So, Sleeper, do you plan to stay in the commune with us? For a while. I'm glad to hear it. Rico crosses back over to you and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Hypha needs new blood if it wants to survive, and she squeezes. You are a good friend. The feeling is mutual. Well, don't let me keep you. Rico waves you away and limps back to her terminal. As she does, you notice the crown in her hand, and she places it on the bench with great care. You can't help but feel a little curious about what she intends to do with it. Then you're out, breathing the air of the greenway, fresh as a spring morning. The dappled light makes a patchwork of the greening landscape, and you walk into it, sensing the movements of the gardener's chorus all around. and you are glad to be here in this strange and beautiful place a little longer. That's pretty cool. I'm actually gonna pull up my Steam. I'm just curious how many achievements there are. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 locked achievements, and then there's 5 hidden achievements remaining. Yeah, I don't know that I'll be able to get all these, but we have 17 out of 27. So yeah, there's 10 achievements left. Interesting. I should probably spin these. I'll do that. Okay. I think I'm still waiting. Okay, I gotta wait like one more cycle for the DLC to resume. Let's try and yield more mushrooms for our stabilizer. Nice, that's good. Nice, that's really good. All right, I'll wait till we have another really good die for the next one. You can always go on your 100% on your days off with a cozy blanket. Yeah, true, true. I just don't know that I can without like doing another replay. I don't know if I've missed out on some of the achievements. I think this was one of them. Steal a shipment. If I do this. So I might try and do that as well. But yeah, I don't know what all is like super locked, like that I've already missed. I don't think it's all just like quests though. Like I said, I think fulfilling that steal a shipment, it gives me an achievement. I'm sure probably building that ship up at the top. I should probably try and do that quest, but we'll see. Okay, so we continued on that. Let me go get more energy and end this cycle. I would think so that this one was for an ending. I would not think so. I mean, I'm pulling up the Steam achievements and it literally said steal 3 shipments just to see what's inside. That's an achievement that I'm missing. So yeah, doing that one would give me an achievement, I think, if I do it like 3 times, probably. I don't think it's just all endings. Like, there's still other things I could have done to give me. All right, more energy. Home. Can I buy any more scrap parts anywhere? I don't have any dice for that one. Fwick. Because if I could repair myself like one more time. Yeah, all right. Oh well. I know, you were very focused on endings. Hi, Chuck, welcome in. Happy Friday. Oh, these are pretty good. It hits you like a wave, a white edge breaker roaring inland with the force of the entire ocean. The impact is a screaming brightness, blanking out everything behind it is silence. You float in silence, suspended. No, you do not float, you are the silence. It has filled you up. It has emptied you out. You cease to exist. Time passes, though you do not feel it passing. Then something flickers in the silence, and then something moves. That something is you. You open your eyes to a metal ceiling of flickering lights. You feel the floor around you, patting it with shaking hands. You assemble an image of yourself lying on your back in a corridor. You shake off the silence and sit up. What was that? You glance around looking for a sign of some change. Damage on the walls, shouts in the distance, fire and fear. Nothing has changed. The silence sits around you like fog. Hi, Elder. Welcome in. You try to think, furrowing your brow. How do you think again? It doesn't seem so easy anymore. You force the pathways to light up, the data banks to grant access. You feel like a fraction drive starting up after a long shutdown and cold vacuum. In the silence. In the silence was negation. A dissociation so absolute that electrons shed their tethers and considered new paths and orbits. All things were possible, but none could be achieved. It was only a moment, but in that moment, time ceased to function. A memory image comes to you, one from the moments before the wave hit. You squint as you imagine it, trying to cohere its blurry form. A broken skeletal ring, the eye, and then a vast arc approaching it, a razor-edge white curve, the wave. The wave approaches the eye spins, turning each part of the face that vast white edge. You recognize their skeletal data cloud forms, the bright market, the low end, the greenway, the waste, then the wave hits just as the flotilla, the cordon, turns to face it. And after that, everything is silence. You open your eyes again. That is the epicenter. But of what? Interesting. How you doing, Chuck? How's it going, Elder? Happy Friday, my dudes. All right. Please, please, please give me a mushroom I need. Please, please, please. Yes! I wonder if it's being nicer to me now that I've already, like, done the quest. Because I yielded one every... Oh, and I only need 2 now? Oh, that's pretty poggers. Even before you reach the cordon, the damage is obvious. The blinking red lights, the drones, the tugs, all are gone. Half the cordon's frame has also been shorn away, perhaps through the impact of some failing ship. People push past you in the corridor, both Haven Age staff and contractors clearing the cordon. Push forward. You push through the flow of people, and despite a few suspicious looks, they offer no resistance. The further you pass into the cordon, the less people you see. You can see a few sections have been closed off, their bulkhead doors sealed, and red warning lights punctuating the corridors. But otherwise, most areas seem functional. Suddenly, you feel a hand fall on your shoulder. Haven Age security? You should have known better than to wander into this place. You brace yourself as you turn. Sleeper! Peek's wide eyes greet you as you turn. The cordon, they glance around, panicked. It's gone down. The Briar and Esh are still in there. Do you think she did this? Or perhaps Haven Age messed up? They start pulling you towards the edge of the cordon. We should find her. What if it wasn't her or Haven Age? What are you saying? Something hit the station. Peek looks incredulous. Hit? Sleeper, we'd all be dead if that was the case. They pause to think. Maybe not an object, but a shockwave? A signal, an EMP would have taken out most of the station, but... Peek runs a hand through their hair. I don't know what you're saying, Sleeper. That doesn't sound... They look away and down the corridor for a moment. Look, I have to find Ash. I'm sure you felt something, but we can talk about that later. They set off down the corridor. I can't sit around talking any longer. Find me on the flotilla. I'm going to find a way to Ash no matter what. With that, they rush toward the depths of the cordon, leaving you behind. Seems like they'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. Or you'll need to follow if you want to get any answers. You find a small shuttle scavenging supplies from the cordon to take back the flotilla. They'll take you to if you bring some scrap along. Okay, so we gotta get some scrap. 2 scraps, please. Pog. All right, let's see. Getting the necessary supplies to each ship to meet their needs is a huge task. Joining the hauling teams is the simplest thing you can do to help. The wave hit systems more than anything, especially those on the ship, so there's 1,000 tiny repair jobs to be done. All right, well, we can't do anything right now, but go home and get energy. This has been so nice to spend my crappy die on just to get energy. Okay. Better. Oh, we still have to help our friend at the bar, too. Let's do this. Get energy and start over. Oh, fuck, I clicked the wrong thing. Well, I got scrap metal to repair myself with, I guess. I'll have to go buy food. What the? I meant to click the energy one. We got plenty of money, it's okay. And it's minus 20% because I got the skill. Love to see it. There we go. Oh, complete active scenes. Where is there an active scene? So much scrolling. This place is huge. There we go. As you walk into the bay of the Climbing Briar, the familiarity of the space overcomes any trepidation. It feels good to be back, and the return feels earned, especially after all the work it took to figure out a route through the flotilla's jumble of ships that might lead you to this blue streak. You see Ash and Peak immediately, sitting at the back of the bay, deep in conversation. Their closeness causes you to stop, suddenly aware that you might be interrupting something private. Peak is explaining something forcefully as Ash stares out into the middle distance, hunched over. She suddenly spots you. Sleeper, Ash nods. Didn't quite turn out like we hoped, right? Peak stops and glances between the two of you, the tension rising. I'm sorry. Ash waves your apology away. None of that. We all had our part to play. Peak looks nervous. It has worked out. They appeal to you. The Flux event knocked the entire cordon system offline. The flotilla is free and Haven Age are backing off. Flux event? That's what the refugees are calling it, Peak explains. Apparently that's what they called it when it started happening around Ember. What exactly is happening? Hard to tell. It's some kind of disruptive wave that only affects the electrical systems, Peak chips in. Typically, systems are screened against radiation interference, but this seems to be dulled, but not stopped by those defenses. The crisis continues, Ash sighs. The cordon may be down, but this brings a whole other set of problems. You should tell them to Ash, Pete glances at her, please. Ash doesn't respond. Tell you what? You stare at her back, waiting for a response. Please, Ash, haven't they shown they can be trusted? Pete nods toward you. Ash turns, her arms folded tightly across her chest. She goes to start and then stops. You can see the anger in her eyes, but you realize it is not directed at you. or at anyone else. She's angry with herself. I brought weapons to the flotilla, she pauses, and now Haven Age has them. You suddenly remember the sleek crates that were tucked into the bay marked with a yellow sigil. The ones Esh told you were just supplies. Haven Age? They seized them from me when they caught the Briar. Esh kicks at the door. Shitheads. We hope that they will keep them safe, but given recent events, Pete glances nervously at Esh, we aren't so sure that Haven Age is the right place for the weapons to be. I wouldn't put it past them to use them to take the cordon back by force, Esh glares. They're scared and losing control. In my experience, that's when institutions do dangerous things. Whether that's true, we can't do anything about it right now, Ash, short of marching into the yards at the other end of the eye and taking them back. Ash looks like it's exactly what she would like to do. Peek smiles nervously, plus we have other things to be getting on with. I want to understand the flux, Sleeper, to study it. Peek's eyes light up. This thing is changing the entire system, causing problems across the inner system, driving refugees off Ember's moons, and now it's here. If we don't do something about it, Peek pauses, it's a problem for all of us. I can see more immediate problems, Ash sniffs. Peek ignores her. I've been looking at the networks, and when the flux event hit, it changed things. It shuffled systems, corrupted nodes, and broke open data stores. They take out a slate and show you a flickering polygon. Some of these flux nodes have appeared near the epicenter of the event, but I can't get access. You, however, I saw the way you worked with data when we were preparing for the run. I think you can get into these things. I want you to find a flux node and bring me anything you can extract. They come and go, but most can be found in the barely functioning networks of the wastes. Peek pauses. Start there. Perhaps together we can find something that might point us to what the flux is and where it comes from. Okay. They smile. I knew you'd agree. Ash looks indignant. Don't waste too much time chasing ghosts, Sleeper. There are people on this flotilla that need any help they can get. I'm sure Sleeper can do both, Ash. Peek smiles at you. I'll see you here when you have something good hunting. Or something good hunting. And they wave you out as Ash stomps away to make plans of her own. Time to do more hacking. We haven't hacked in so long. All right. End cycle. I was wondering if we would do any more hacking, because that kind of ended after the whole hunter-killer thing. Okay. Here's one. Fluxed node. One flux data. Are there any more? There we go. Driver, thanks for the giga hack. Thank you, thank you. Sleeper, come look at this. Peek's poring over one of the displays at the makeshift decoding suite they have set up in the Climbing Briar's cargo bay. On the screen, a clump of data pathways like an ingrown root ball has started to untangle. This is an existing node corrupted by the flux event. It's totally twisted up. They glance at you to check you're listening. But inside, you watch as the unwinding pathways leave behind patterns of negative spaces, like shadows staying behind despite their caster leaving, is a whole other data set. Peek's eyes shine bright in the pale screen light. The flux event somehow seeds this data deep into the gaps in the node, wrapping them around it. What's in there? Not sure, Peek frowns. It isn't being very cooperative. You watch this screen pattern, the pattern of shadows becoming obvious now as each layer of pathways is pulled away. The flux event itself really did a number on unprotected nodes like this one. Most of the eye systems are screened against radiation and interference, but these exposed nodes, Peek makes a ripping motion with their hands, torn apart. Peek points to a thick triangle of threads on the screen. Look here. It looks like it's been tangled purposely, but it's actually that all the points within the node have been randomly rearranged. It's as if the node was a bag of ball bearings and the flux shook them. The pathways tried to account for the rearrangement once the system came back on, hence the tangle. Peek pauses as the node continues to unwind. Although, Peek muses, it was less like shaking a bag of ball bearings and more like making them all simultaneously occupy a superposition of every possible position in the bag before locking them back into a new configuration. They smile sheepishly, but that's a technicality. So what is the flux? We know it is a wave, one with exotic effects, that's all. Peak runs a hand through their hair. The question is not so much what flux is, but what is causing it? Where is it coming from? Peak turns away from the screen, meeting your eye, and there's something else. They pause. Have you spoken with the refugees? Not yet. You should. Peak lowers their voice instinctively. What they're reporting, massive system failures, cascading collapses of life support, of terraforming systems, total data corruption. Peak swallows. The flux shouldn't do that. It can fundamentally rearrange the structure of systems, especially those poorly shielded, but totally collapsing heavy-duty industrial systems, fail-safes and all, that doesn't make sense. Those kinds of systems are built for deep space, for solar flares and radiation. The flux might penetrate them, but any reconfiguration should have been repairable. Peak looks back at the screen, where the decoding node lies almost fully open. A shadow pattern of the negative spaces that existed within its scrambled interior darkens the screen, like a set of bruises showing the pattern of the object that made them. I need to look into something. I have an idea what might be causing this wave, triggering the flux, but I need time to research it. What is it? Peak frowns. I don't want to say for now, not until I'm sure. If you need something to do, the flotilla could surely do with the help. From what I heard from Esh, things are tense there. Where is Esh? Peak glances around the bay. Must be out. I've been focusing on this, so I can't say I've noticed, although the quiet is nice. They smile. Give me some time, sleeper. Peak turns back to their console. I'll have some answers soon enough, I hope. You take one last glance at the uncoiling node as you leave, the dark shapes it leaves behind somehow troubling. You try to shake them from your mind. There are things to be done elsewhere. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I do not understand a word Peak is saying. A lot of electrical nerd talk. Let's do this. Nice. Someone told me I should be thanking you. The voice comes from behind you, cutting through the chaos of the crowded cavernous bay. You freeze. Don't be afraid now. I've been hunting you, sure, but for the best reasons. You turn to see bright eyes set in a rough face, framed in rusted metal. That's okay. Yeah, I figured I'm not really meant to totally understand. Soul, he holds out his hand, the other clamped firmly around a knotted wooden cane. He grips you firmly with a heavy and calloused hand. Forgive me, as soon as I saw you, I knew who you were. Soul puts a hand on your shoulder. I've been told a sleeper was part of that supply run that came in several cycles ago. Very welcome act, and we all thank you for it. Walk with me, sleeper. Soul sets off through the bay, his partial suit hissing and creaking as it helps carry him through the busy crowds. You notice people making way for you and Soul standing back and letting you pass. You pass a makeshift kitchen, steaming pots of heating elements, a restless queue collecting meals. That algae came through isn't exactly a full meal, but with what we have here, we've been able to make it work. You see a ladle of greenish stew dished out. The color is something, isn't it? Soul smiles. Soul leads you out of the larger bay into a corridor lined with storage rooms that are now serving as dorms. You see someone filling a metal container from a sandpipe, the water gushing out readily. Soul nods to the person as he passes. Just a little further now, Soul leads you into a freight elevator and whistles to some unseen operator to start it up. It jerks into life, and as you pass through the layers of the ship, you see people on every level, supplies crammed into every available space, and sparks leaping in bursts as the ship is reshaped and modified to sustain its population. If Haven Age were expecting an exodus from the flotilla, the Flux event has put a stop to that. Soul stretches. Some have crossed to the eye, but many just to gather salvage or score a hot meal. So the pressure on our supplies is shrinking, but not like I'd hoped. With the Flux reaching all the way out here, people are starting to understand that our journey might not be over. Soul stares grimly ahead. Suddenly, the freight elevator screeches to a halt, and Soul leads you slowly out into a wide room of chairs and terminals, ringed by a mezzanine and with glass roof above showing the distant hub, and the far curve of the eye beyond. The people at the terminals nod to him as he enters. This is your ship? Soul nods. That's right. The pilgrim seat is mine to care for. He leads you up to a railed platform at the center of the room and stops. She chose me, so to speak. Well, at least her crew did, and I do my best to serve them. Soul looks around the bridge of the ship, a pained expression on his face. I'll admit that the responsibility isn't one that suits me, though we rarely get to choose such things. He glances back at you. But you, Sleeper, from what I understand, you chose to try to help us here, is that right? I did my best. Soul nods silently. But I have to ask you, Sleeper, why are you here now? Soul leans back and you feel his eyes on you, assessing you. I want to know more. I want to know more, Soul muses. And why would you think we could tell you anything you don't know? He smiles. I have thousands of people here on the Pilgrim Seed, Sleeper, and there's thousands more out in the flotilla. He leans against a railing. A lot of them are looking to me to provide some future for them, some path out of this dead end we've got into. And this cycle is, this very cycle, the thing we've been running away from, it just caught up with us. So these people are scared, Sleeper, and they're looking for me for reassurance. And then on the same cycle, someone tells me they see you on board, a Sleeper, the same Sleeper, they reckon, that wanted so strongly to send a ship past the cordon to see us. Soul scratches at his beard. So the first thing I wanted to do was thank you for that, for your interest. But the second thing I wanted to do was find out what you want from us. Soul suit hisses and creaks. I think that's fair, don't you? Soul takes a deep breath. So, what is it? Tell me about the flux. Someone at a terminal calls out to Soul and he shouts some orders back. He turns to you. Apologies, he smiles, that half smile. I tell you what, Sleeper. Let's you and me make a deal. You want information, I understand that, but I have a list of needs longer than the rim of the eye itself. He grimaces. So you do some things for me, and then we can talk about what's been happening in the system, and I will answer all your questions and then some. I may be the captain of the Pilgrim Seed, and she's certainly the biggest ship in this flotilla, but I'm not the only captain here. We have ships here from each of the moons. We're from Ember's Hearth. Is that a real moon? Isn't that the name of the planet in Outer Wilds? Hi, Tad, welcome in. I think that's the name of the planet in Outer Wilds. Is that like a real planet or a real moon? There's others from Ember's Song and even Ember's Step. The moons have been at each other's throats, Sleeper. What with the pressure of the flux, the bad blood from the old days, Soul leans in. We aren't exactly all in alignment. Oh, Timber Hearth. Okay. Close. It was very, very, very close. I keep thinking this game is called Sleeper. I mean, it's called Citizen Sleeper. What I need is a way to stop things escalating, for the crews on these ships and their captains to feel happy and comfortable, enough to forget old rivalries and past crimes. He flinches at something. Those from Ember's Step, well, they've always been proud, but that pride seems to be a barrier to compromise right now. The last set of supplies I sent their way, they refused. Meanwhile, I have a supply shuttle at the docking axis the Ember's Song ships gather at, but they've taken far too many cycles to unload. Maybe if you were heading that way, you can look in on them. I'm no politician, Sleeper, but if I don't... Soul stops. He leans back and flexes his suit, screeching. He groans a little, and you see the weight of the flotilla sitting on his shoulders. The suit, the only thing keeping him vertical beneath all that pressure. Look, you'll see for yourself if you go. Meet the others, Sleeper, see what they need, keep them aligned. He speaks through the pain, his voice clipped. Are you okay? Not really, but as long as this thing holds, he grimaces. I hope. Soul grits his teeth. You are what you appear to be, Sleeper. Hi, Zilly!
Sales Blankies.
Thank you for the 35 months. I appreciate it. I hope you're having a good Friday. He smiles his half smile despite the pain, because I'm not sure I can take any more bad news. Plus, there's plenty to be done here on the Pilgrim Seed too. If you have a moment to pitch in, there's never enough around here. That's always something I have learned the hard way. Soul settles onto his cane, the pain visibly receding. All right, I have 1,000 things to attend to now, Sleeper, so you'll have to find your own way out. And with that, Soul sits at his terminal with slow and careful movements. You head back down the freight elevator, and as you do, you see the layers and layers of chaotic life this vessel and all the vessels of the flotilla holds. So much reading today, oh my god. I feel like today has been the most reading of like all the streams combined. You got your new 3D printer today? Hell yeah! What's gonna be your first print on the new printer? Hi, Decca! Happy Friday! How's it going? It's a strange sight given your time spent in the Greenway to see a greenhouse choked in red dust. A boring calibration test to see if the preset setting... Okay, that's fair. Then what's gonna be your first print for fun? Yeah, there's so much reading today. So much. Thanks, Edge. I'm literally drawing up my next print right now. Are you? Hell yeah. No worries, Decca. Get some rest, dude. Take care of yourself. I'm just reading anyway. I think most people kind of lurk while I play this, to be honest. It piles up along edges, gathers in curving waves, and is carried by some unseen wind to whirl in front of the glass ceiling. It is a desert in miniature, a captured landscape of iron-rich sediment and unseen life. Beautiful, isn't it? The remark comes from another figure standing at the viewing window, so quietly that you hadn't noticed them. Did they just arrive, or were they here before you were? Their cloth-swaddled form reveals little. It is. They say nothing. You catch a glimpse of pale face among the thick material, dark eyes glittering in from red reflected light. Aw. They turn to you as the dust swirls. Aki. They smile, a tight smile. You're not from the flotilla, am I right? I live on the eye. But that's not where you're from. She stares into the greenhouse. Everyone is from somewhere, whether they wish to be or not. The red dust glitters in her eyes, whether it is a good place to be from or not. Aki gathers her cloak around her shoulders against the cold. What brings you to the wind's long shadow? Wind's long shadow. This ship. Aki looks at you curiously. Do you often wander around ships you don't know the name of? You're a strange one. Aki raises an eyebrow. I don't know whether to report you or send you back to where you came from. She smiles to herself, which is nowhere at all. You glance around the empty corridor, suddenly aware of how quiet it is on the ship. Unlike the other ships you have been on, the flotilla is a silent order to the wind's long shadow, and in this moment it feels unsettling. Where is everyone? Aki waves a hand. Asleep, mostly. It's the night on Steppe, and so it is night here. She rubs her shoulders, at least for those of us who can sleep. Steppe? Aki turns away, irritated, eager to change the subject. You hear a creak as a set of shutters slowly begin to close across the glass ceiling of the greenhouse. As you watch, you feel the dissonance this place has with that world. There is nothing green here. A dust house, perhaps. It takes many systems to preserve this landscape, Aki begins. To simulate the wind, cycle the dust, layer the sand and dirt beneath. You watch the dust swirling, systems that are failing. The flux event, Aki glances at you for a sign of recognition at this term, is eroding our ability to keep this place alive, to keep these traces of Steppe alive. She smiles to herself. We'll see what the first print will be. My partner has some models they have asked for. Cool, that's so exciting, Zilly. I hope everything works as you intend and hope for. Hi, CP! Thanks for the raid. How was Marble Rivals? Did you get any wins? Hi, guys. Hi, Devin. Hi, CP. I hope Marble Rivals went well. Thank you for the raid. Hi, Stanley. That's Stanley, right? That's Stanley, I think. I don't know if that was a person that you knew. I don't think they came in with the raid. You got it? Okay, that is Stanley. Okay, yeah, they don't have the box around him. I was like, I always feel awkward when someone raids and then there's a weirdo and I have to ban them because I'm I don't know if they just read the room wrong or, but this guy's gotta go, so. But I hope you had a good stream. Thank you for the raid. Did you get lots of wins? How you doing, Stanley? We're vibers here. Oh, I know. CP's a viber. You're kind of a weirdo, Funk, but not a bannable weirdo. All right. You're tech supporting? How did that go? Was it a success? CB left the door open when she came in. I went win-loss type shit. Yeah, usually that's like the better outcome, I think. Like, that's the 50-50. That's a lot better than just going like win, loss, 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 win, win, loss, 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 loss. So always a success. Your game is fixed? Hell yeah. I'm glad it's running better. I haven't had any issues with it, but I have like a super beast of hardware. But I know AP was having a little bit of issues with his, so. But yeah, thank you for the raid, CB. I appreciate it. You guys enjoy the raid video. Yeah, thank you again for the raid, Sleepy. Good luck with Duck Chores. Hi, Crane. Welcome in. We are continuing Citizen Sleeper, and today is a very heavy reading day, so lots and lots and lots of reading is happening here. Which is ironic because when we left Step, the Flux had eroded our ability to survive on the moon. Now the situation is reversed. Away from the moon, its ecosystems are as fragile as we were living upon it. Something catches your eye as the shutters darken the dust house. The winds picking away at the dunes begin to reveal something. A web, a network of thick branching forms, and then they close completely and you see nothing in the dark. Soft blue lights flicker on the corridor, uplighting Aki in the cold cyan. You have piqued my curiosity, but I'm so tired, Aki shivers. If you do not have a purpose here on the ship, I recommend finding one. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll need to leave. Make yourself useful, and perhaps we will get another chance to talk, she turns. I would like that. With that, Aki pads away along the corridor. You stand for a moment in front of the dark dust house, trying to imagine the network of roots under the sand and dust, and then trying to imagine the moon that once housed them. Okay. Lots of new things to do. Is that good? Hi, Cedric. How's it going? Make yourself useful. The crew won't let you into the dust houses, but there are plenty of supporting systems that could do with some love and care. I don't understand the point of this one. Soul's shipment of supplies sits partially unloaded, the crew absent. If you want to help, the best way would be to finish the job. The more you offload supplies into the docking bay, the more attention your efforts seem to be gaining. Why is this a negative? You're full? What'd you eat? I got chili waiting for me after stream. Even Soul's own ship requires help, but figuring out what jobs need doing first and who to help is a challenge. Food's an issue on the Pilgrim Seed. Even with agriculture on board, a supply of Matsuki. Ooh, I got plenty of that. Egg burritos. Where's mine? Where's mine, bruv? I got so many of these mushrooms. You'll make more? Thanks. Appreciate it. I love egg burritos. Okay. Nice. Where do we want gonna do now? You'll do this. Nice. Nice. All right, let's go get more energy and then in cycle. Hi, distinguished. Food is good. You are not wrong. I make them a lot because I'm too much of a paranoid spaz about storing meat. Eggs are like the only thing I buy. I totally get that. I definitely get that. Oh god, these are not great. I'm gonna re-roll. Kind of okay, I guess. I guess we'll roll with that. Let's see here. Oh, I need to get more peaks progress. I need to get more mushrooms. So I need to build another garden, I think. Yeah. I need more spores. My diet consists of bananas, beans, rice, potatoes, eggs, and coffee. I don't like beans, but the rest of that sounds good to me. Is there somewhere else that I can get these mushrooms, or do I have to grow them, I wonder? I have to grow them, yeah. Hi, David. I know, I'm sorry. I just don't like them. I don't like the flavor and I don't like the texture. Yuckies. All right. We grow more mushrooms. I am a mushroom farmer. Not even funny mushrooms, just tasty ones. Beans make me fart, do they, Lurker? Let's see. Okay, so that's just a waiting game. Okay. Can't put beans in the chili because of bee. Yeah, but I mean, he's good without them too. Beans and chili, like, why do you want to ruin chili like that, bruh? It ain't much, but it's honest work. Oh. That sucked. Yeah, beans are gross. But the game loop seems like something I would get addicted to. It's very fun. It's a little difficult to stream just because it is a lot of reading. So if you're playing it on your own time and you're reading in your head, it would be much more enjoyable. I read everything out loud for stream, so I'm exhausted. And also, I just don't know that reading games do entirely well for stream. I generally feel like I'm boring my entire audience when I play games like this. I felt the same way when I played Valhalla, because it's just me literally like reading. So I'm very self-conscious to stream games like this, but I really do like this game a lot. Like, I've loved every moment of this game, so. Hi, Ern, welcome in. But yeah, it's probably a much more enjoyable experience if you don't stream it, just because you don't have to read everything out loud, so. Hi, Devil, welcome in. Thanks, Deca. It's just a very cozy game, for sure. This is my kind of version of a cozy game instead of like Animal Crossing or something. Okay, let's see here. So I'm working on mushrooms. Oh, I may not even really need to work on mushrooms. I think I can do it this way as well. Okay. Soul finds you deep in the layers of the pilgrim seed, working on a patch for a life support vent. You hear him coming, his suit hissing as he does. I had to ask around to find you, he smiles. Seems you know the place better than me these days. Doubt it. Soul nods. I was on the work crew that built this thing, so maybe you're right, he winks. Soul holds out a hand. Stand up and let me see you. He pulls you to your feet. I don't believe we ever had a sleeper on Ember's hearth. Soul looks you up and down. You sure do make me wish we had. Could have done with a few workers as good as you. Soul tilts his head, a little on the quiet side though. Seems like I owe you some answers, seeing as you've been working hard on the pilgrim seed these past cycles. He leans against a crate, his suit creaking. What do you want to know about? The flux. Soul sighs. That's what I imagined. He scratches at his beard. I can't say I'm an expert, but I can tell you what we witnessed on Hearth. At first, we ignored it. A few farms had their automation systems blink out. Lifter suits locked up, bots reset their schedules, nothing we hadn't seen before. But then the news came out of the Passero that they'd been hit harder. The local network had gone down and no one could get it back up. It was rough for a while, but out in the farmland, we were used to that. Passero's capital of Hearth. Tens of thousands of souls made it their home. Anyway, we thought of the flux as a freak event until the day they got the network running again. That's when the cascade happened. System after system corrupted, data lost, and then another flux hit and another. The bots were running circles in the fields. People had to be cut out of lifter suits like mine, and the city, I never saw it, but I heard from the others. Soul shivers. It only got worse from there. We couldn't seem to fight it. It cut us right open. That's what I know about the flux. Some folks say it came from their inner system, that it might be connected to some old tech there or something, but I never heard anything more than rumors. Soul scratches their beard. Sorry, I don't have better news. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? I have not tried Frostpunk. I've been asked about that one a few times. I can't... Someone told me what kind of game it was, but I don't even remember. But it seems pretty popular. Hi, Joe. Welcome in. There was something... Ember's Hearth? Sure, he smiles. I mean, I spent my whole life on that rock, so I have plenty to tell. I'll save my life story for another time, he winks, but the short of it is that Hearth is the first of Ember's moons, the biggest and the most populated, which is down to the successful terraforming systems Cybele set up back when Solheim owned the system. How are relations with the other moons? Soul smiles. Depends who you've been talking to. You shouldn't mistake me for a politician, Sleeper. That's for others to do. He gives you a look. But Ember's Step was a test ground for the terraforming tech that Hearth is built on, while Ember's Song was an extraction site for the raw materials and energy needed to make it work. You can imagine that might lead to some tension. However, Soul holds up a hand. Despite what people might say, Hearth was never fully stable. Soul shakes his head. Cybele liked to talk it up, but after they pulled out and Solheim left, our people discovered they'd have to keep the systems running themselves or the place would soon end up as dry as Steppe. Frostpunk's one of those games that make me forget to blink. From what little I've watched of this, it looks similar, but set in an icy colony you're trying to keep alive. Interesting. Probably Ash. Wait, what about Ash? I thought, so Frost, oh yeah, Frost, icy. For some reason I thought Frostpunk was like a cyberpunk kind of thing. Hearth was good as long as the evaporators kept running, kept filling our skies with clouds. Even after the collapse, our people kept those things going, turning that substance ocean into a periwinkle blue sky. Oh, Ash played it. Gotcha. Yeah, I haven't seen any gameplay of it. I haven't seen her play it. But I know it's been mentioned several times by people asking if like I have played it. But yeah, I haven't seen Ash play it. The person, no, a lot of people have asked me in stream if I've played it. I don't think I ever saw Ash play it. But if it's any kind of like I think she would really like this game. I feel like this is up her alley as well, but probably not for stream just because it's so much reading. You played some of the first one, very exhausting. Interesting. Flux ended that though, and when they failed, the rains failed, and the harvest with it, Soul pauses. And soon you have a city without a way to feed itself, Soul shudders. That's when we, some of us, made the decision to set out on this place. He gestures at the pilgrim seed and look for another future. Soul shifts on the crate. Anything else you wanted to ask? You. Yeah, Citizen Sleeper 2 comes out next week. Soul squints at you. You want to know about me? I'm not sure that was part of the deal I was thinking of, Sleeper. Unless you're asking about this. He raps on the metal of his suit. In case you haven't guessed, this is the only thing keeping me vertical. He adjusts the shoulder piece. It's a lifter suit, made for working the fields. We had to modify it so I could walk around after the accident. And that's all I'm saying, Sleeper, because to be honest with you, I don't owe you more than that. You want to know about the flux, about Ember's Hearth? Go ahead, but don't pry into my life and I won't pry into yours. Soul lets the silence sit, staring hard at the floor. The suit seems to loom over him, looking more like a burden than a support. With the bars around his head, you could suddenly start to think of it as a cage. Look, I don't mean to be rude. Let's leave it there. There's too many eyes on me on this ship as it is, and I'd rather just slip into the background. Thank you very much. Soul shifts on the crate. I'm good for now. You sure? Soul stands, flexing against the suit. He takes his cane in his hand. Keep it up, Sleeper. He smiles as he leaves. You're making me think I need to start making new plans for this place. With that, Soul leaves, and you wonder what he means. As he creaks away down the corridor, you can't help but feel there's more to him than it seems. Not a very nice guy. Yeah, I've watched a little bit of, I think, the second Darkest Dungeon. The artwork seems really cool. Stabilizing the flotilla means relieving the pressure of the refugees from all 3 moons of Ember. Hi, Jacan! I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Happy Friday. Have you started at the new job position yet? Or do you have to like work like a 2 weeks notice out at the current position or something? Nice. All right, we go eat and end this cycle. Workday just started, so old site till the 8th. Okay, gotcha. Not too much longer. You got this. Yikes, those are bad. Reroll. All right, what can we do with 3 dice today? Can probably finish this up. Nice. I see you've been contributing. Aki stands next to you at the dust house window. I was unsure what to expect when we joined the flotilla on its voyage to the Eye, but after the journey across the system, then the quarantine, and then the flux reaching all the way out here too, Aki stops herself. Thank you. She bows a little. The other ships have only been interested in sending us supplies, but we grow all we need. She gestures at the dust house. What the dust house is in need, that is the problem that concerns us. She smiles and turns to you. Shall we go inside? I'd love to. Aki smiles. Come. She taps away at a panel by the window. Seems only fair that after your help with the support systems, you get to see what it is that you are maintaining. Aki leads you to an opening beside the window. You pass through a dark changing room. You notice Aki sliding on an oxygen mask and visor. She looks at the swirling dust inside. Inside, it's just like Ember's step. thin atmosphere, constant dust storms, nothing that will bother you. She passes you a mask. The dust isn't exactly pleasant to inhale, however, so take this. You hold it to your face. She leads you through a short decontamination tunnel with its fizzing panels of purifying light, and then through into the dust house. Immediately, the wind and the heat hits you. You feel the rough waves of dust scattering across your face and peer through the amber murk. Your feet slide on shifting piles of sand. Welcome to Step, or an emulation of it at least. Aki's voice sounds distant, echoey. The terraforming process only managed to provide a limited atmosphere around the moon, one which is slowly escaping. It's been like that since I was born, so I got used to the idea. You catch her bright eyes through the amber dust. So did everything else that lives here. You feel something hard beneath your feet, beneath the sand, like a coil of rope. What's under the sand? This is step silk. It's one of the plants we established on Step. Hi, Nanaki!
Sales spin, sales peak, sales ghost, I sometimes exist, sales wiggle.
Thank you for the 54 months. I appreciate it. Happy Friday. Thank you, thank you. I hope you're doing well today, mate. She kicks away some red sand. Like any bast fiber, it can be retted and woven into clothes. I'm wearing some made from it myself. Funk. It's one of many species adapted to Steppe since the Solheim collapse, which is why it must be preserved. She stares out into the swirling dust. It is as much a refugee as we are, and the dust houses hold hundreds of other species. You look at the pale, unassuming root threaded thickly through the sand. Aki watches you silently. Had enough? It will be easier to speak outside. Aki leads you back out through the decontamination tunnel, which blasts the dust from both of you with a burst of metallic tasting air, and into the changing room. Aki hangs up both the masks patiently, awaiting your questions. What happened on Ember's Step? Aki pauses, pulling her shawl around her. She looks small and pale inside its layers. Step was already a doomed world, she sniffs. When Solheim gave the terraforming contract to Cybele, they believed they could build an atmosphere, but the moon's erratic orbit made it impossible to maintain. By the time of the Solheim collapse, the atmosphere was already fading. Cybele's attention was on Ember's hearth. After the collapse, Cybele fell too. Its researchers scattered across the moons, and any central organization lost. You can't walk like normal on Step Silk. You must walk without rhythm. Like in Dune. Since then, my parents' generation worked tirelessly to survive, to adapt what we had to the failing moon. The Step Silk, the other adapted species, are the life's work of the Steppes colonies. So when the flux started to collapse, our computer systems corrode and destroy our life support, our water supply, our agriculture, we had to leave. Aki sits heavily on a nearby bench. Soon the only traces of Steppe will be on this ship. Aki begins to cry quietly. You are unsure what to do. Sit beside her. You sit on the bench beside her as she sobs. You understand why this ship, why the refugees from Steppe are so different. Their world was already dying when the flux arrived. Ember Steppe is a terraformed moon, a partial atmosphere, established colonies, agriculture, and yet when the flux event started, its people had to leave. You think of the eye and the delicate web of decaying systems it rests upon. What hope does a ruined station have against a wave that corrupts, corrodes, and collapses? Aki interrupts your thoughts, rubbing her eyes. Not everyone left. There wasn't room to take all the people and fill the dust houses. My parents, their friends, and many others stayed, she sniffs. We carry the Steppe for them. Sip the cider. He who controls the mushroom farm controls the universe. Yeah. Hi, Zayden. Welcome in. Stay silent. Aki stands. I wanted you to understand the importance of these dust houses, of what they contain. She leads you back out into the corridor. If the flux events continue to reach out to the eye, we need to build protections to ensure their safety. Aki meets your eye. What about the people? Aki looks away. We aren't idiots, Sleeper. We chose to carry this burden. We will survive. These dust houses are already decaying. I've seen it. She stares into the dust. We had thought that they would last longer, but that last flux event... Help us. Aki looks at you. Please. When you're ready, we will begin the preparations for reinforcing the dust houses. We need to be ready for the next flux event. Aki's eyes shine with the last of her tears. She takes a breath. I will see you soon. Aki drifts away down the corridor, leaving you alone once more at the viewing window, watching the ragged, delicate traces of the moon known as Ember's step. Whew, okay. What do we have here? Okay, that's still a waiting game. That's a waiting game. This is the next level of this. I need to work on this one. I don't understand why this is a negative, though. This is really weird to me. But it's a positive outcome. I don't understand why this is like a negative. This is so weird to me. I don't understand. I'm doing okay, the way it reads. But like, there's no other goal. Like, my only goal is to max this out. The more you offload supplies into the docking bay, the more attention your efforts seem to be gaining. Like, why is that a bad thing? It's just weird. I don't quite understand. All right, I think we can get away with another cycle with only 3 dice. Yikers. Oh, that's better. I don't think it's good attention. Then what else am I supposed to... I just don't understand, because there's literally no other good outcome. You know what I mean? Like, usually there's like a negative and there's like a positive. I'm literally, and like literally both my... I do not understand this entire action at all. I'm just gonna slam it, I guess. There's a loose crowd around the supplies you have unloaded and a tense mood brewing among them. You sit nearby on the edge of the shuttle's docking tunnel, resting. Further away, crews from Ember's Song continue their lives as usual, coming and going, trading, discussing. There's a quiet efficiency to the hub, set up as a common space for the swarm of small ships from Ember's Song that are part of flotilla. Unlike Hearth or Steppe, there is no one capital ship for this moon's refugees, just as a mass of individuals traveling in concert. We told Hearth we didn't want their scraps. The jeering voice comes out of the small crowd nearby. Peter. You turn to see a gaunt, pale man wearing the industrial work gear you have seen many of the song refugees wearing. You hear me? These supplies are to help. He smirks. Oh, how noble of you, coming out here to help us singers. There's a rumble of anger around the crowd. We agreed to join the flotilla for joint protection. We did not agree to Ember's Hearth using the flotilla to secure their control of the moons. You realize Peter is addressing you, the crowd as much as he is adjusting the crowd as much as he is addressing you. With the cordon down, our crews are more than able to acquire what is needed from the Eye, what is owed as restitution for keeping us restrained. He pats one of the crates you unloaded. What we need, we will take. I have no stake in this. Then why are you delivering supplies for Hearth? Peter laughs. You need to check your alliances, sleeper. Peter looks around at the crowd. Hearth think they can buy us, but we remember the past. A rumble of agreement runs through the crowd. He smiles at them. Take the supplies if you wish, of course. We're not wasteful. Peter approaches you directly. The crowd tentatively moves forward, and by the time he reaches you, they are already dragging away crates and distributing the contents. I'm not one for shooting the messenger, sleeper, says Peter as he approaches, but we cannot concede to Hearth here, not for a moment. Leave me out of it. You already put yourself in the middle of it, Sleeper. Don't you see that? Peter sits beside you on the docking tunnel's lip. What was your plan, Sleeper? Unload the supplies and wait for someone to start throwing them back at you? He nods at the crowd, rifling through the crates, because that's what was about to happen. So I should thank you? Peter bows a little. My pleasure. Hi, Hooch! Happy Friday! What do you think happened to the crew of this shuttle? He shakes his head. They were chased out of this place. What's happening here? We're maintaining our independence, he smiles. Do you know anything about Ember's moon, Sleeper? Or were you planning to wander into this flotilla totally blind? An objective outsider offering to help. Educate me then. He smiles. It would be my pleasure. I'm going to assume you know the basics. The gas giant Ember has 7 moons. The 3 biggest are Ember's Step, Ember's Song, and Ember's Heart. He winks. We can cover the 3 sisters next session. Hi, MB. How's it going? Step was the first to be settled, a contract old Solheim gave to the terraformers Cybele Systems when they first claimed the Helion system. That's way back when. Step was a testing ground, and like most testing grounds, it didn't turn out too well. A partial atmosphere slowly sloughing off each orbit, a dysfunctional ecosystem, and a whole load of dust-clogged settlers. The place is a miserable desert long past its best before date. So Cybele moved to Hearth, where they redoubled their efforts. The subsurface ocean and some balmy tidal heating helped, allowing them to build a real atmosphere, a real habitable world. A fact that the typical Hearth colonist won't ever let you forget. How did Cybele achieve such a thing, you might wonder? Well, that's where we come in. It's that same old rule of surrogacy. The one humanity built our universe around. Peter claps a hand to his chest in mock pride. My moon, Ember's Song, is a sulfur-soaked rock covered in volcanoes, tidally heated by its inner orbit to sweltering temperatures. Exactly the kind of crucible you need to fuel a terraforming project. Energy, industry, fuel. Song provided the raw materials for Hearth. Peter grimaces, willingly or not. And a crucible requires people to run it. So, us singers, born into a flaming pit and asked to stoke it, so others might live in a paradise in the making. That's what we had to endure until Solheim bought everything down. Peter rattles off his speech from memory, and you wonder how many times he's had to deliver it. No Solheim, no contract. No contract, no Cybele. And no Cybele meant 3 moons suddenly independent. Peter shakes his head. It was a war, Sleeper. Sometimes hot, sometimes cold, and unsurprisingly, Hearth and Step came out of it better than us. Yet, Peter holds up a hand. They need us, Sleeper, always have. And so we are the linchpin. We are the center around which the moons orbit, not swirling ember. We've resisted takeovers, sieges, and expansions, and now we'll resist this. Half the people on these ships think flux was caused by Hearth, intentionally or otherwise, and I have to say, some cycles I agree. So before you come here to hand out supplies like a good soldier, maybe educate yourself. What does that matter now? Peter shakes his head. Do you forgive crimes against yourself so easily, Sleeper? Would you return to the bosom of Essenarp if they sent someone to collect? Peter stares at the crowd. Don't presume to judge us. I want you to imagine that it is like to try to live on airless volcanic rock when every system that sustains you starts shutting down. He spits and wipes his sleeve across his mouth. We abandoned nothing. Some stayed, others left, but we will reclaim Ember as soon as the flux fades or ends. We've weathered worse. Hi, Muffin. Welcome in. The flotilla should be united. Have you been listening? Peter's voice raises immediately. We don't want to be united, Sleeper. Being united by Hearth means living under them. I won't keep you from the docking access, Sleeper. No one here has the authority for that, but watch yourself here. Try to remember that the Eye is just another in the long list of people who have tried to control us. Peter sighs. Look, we are many and we have many needs. Ships come to this docking access for repairs, for requisitions, for friendship. You can provide these as well as any singer. If you want to help in your own name, Sleeper, not in that of Hearth. Peter shakes his head. Carry that name here and you will lose all trust. Be as we are, act in your own name alone. Peter puts a hand on your shoulder and stands. I hope I didn't just waste my time here, Sleeper. And with that, he walks away back to the shrinking crowd that is distributing the last of the supplies amongst the crews present. You watch them pass, the food and water between them, no signs of conflict between the crews, just a careful distribution of resources. Peter chats with a few crews, each of them casting looks in your direction, one that reveals little about the singer's intentions. You stand. It seems the tensions on the flotilla run much deeper than you expected. This won't be easy. Yikes. Yeah, he's quite bitter. Oil? I'm gonna have to get a ship mined? Fuck. Guess we can start on this. Okay. Hi, Patrick. How you doing? Happy Friday. Okay. Can I get one more day of 3 dice out of this edge, do you think? This bar? Or will it give me 2 dice at end cycle? Should be good to go. Okay. So I need to get some spores from here to give them. Let me go eat. How your eyes hurt? Yeah. Is there something wrong with him? What happened? Okay. Ooh, these are good too. All right, let me get some spores for them. I don't remember how many they needed. Nice. I went to my eye doc today and she's like, your eye pressures are really high, and referred me to an ophthalmologist and had an eye procedure done to relieve the pressure in my eye. Did the left one today and will do the right one in about a week. Whoa. I didn't even know that was a thing. Damn, Patrick. I'm glad they're helping you out. That's kind of scary. Did they say like what causes that? Like, is it blood pressure or something? Who needed mushrooms? Okay, they need spores. Okay, I need to get one more spore. Someone else needed these. Oh, wait, where are they? Someone needed these mushrooms. And I don't remember. Oh, they don't need the mushrooms anymore. That's okay. I needed to do that for more stabilizer anyway. Okay. That's fine. This is fine. Alright, I'm gonna stabilize. Oh, fuck. I didn't stabilize, did I? I, like, dragged it, but I didn't click OK. Quick! This is fine. Kind of a waste, but it's fine. Whoops is right. Kind of genetics. IDOC said she didn't think it was diabetic related. I'm just really, really farsighted, so my eyes are narrow, so they can't drain the eye fluid as well as a normal eye. Interesting. Well, damn, I'm sorry, Patrick. I'm glad they're at least like
Sales
helping
blankies
you.
here to lurkies, but I hope you're having an awesome game.
I hope that they're able to like maybe have like a better long-term solution for you or something. Hi, Yaden. Thank you for the 54 months. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing good today. Awesome day, awesome game. It works, man. It works. Okay, I'm gonna have to build a ship mines. I don't even remember the process of building a freaking ship mine. Can I get one from here? I know that this fabricator makes ship mines, but you need 3 ship mine parts. And the only place I know to get ship mine parts is from this thing that only comes every couple. Yeah, like I'm gonna have to wait all these days for it to come back. Is there another way to get ship mines? These are freaking laser beams to make a very small cut in the iris of the eye to help the fluid. Whoa, that's crazy. I've had to have an eye procedure done once, but it was to close a hole in my retina. Yeah, I don't know how else to get ship mine parts to build a ship mine other than waiting a bajillion cycles for that trader to come back. Oh, here we go. I can buy one. That's a lot of cryo. Do I want to spin that? Your eye do be feeling better. I'm glad to hear it, mate. Glad to hear it. You have lots of money, so it would be fine. It's been nice having this, though. I haven't had to worry about buying food. But yeah, I guess I could buy one. Wait, where was that place again? Was it this? All right. I did it. I did it. I also have a scene here. As you cross the access looking for a shuttle to take you back to the ruined cordon, you spot Peter standing at the edge of the central hub. Something about the way he's leaning against the rail, looking down across the access and towards the blinking lights of the flotilla beyond make you pause. He's completely still, his head drooping low and his shoulders hunched high. You lean on the railing a little way from Peter, leaving a gap between you. This close, you can see the blank stare in his eyes, the way his hands hang limply in front of him. He takes a minute to notice you. Sleeper, he inhales sharply, still hanging around, trying to be useful. Peter smiles a tight smile, but doesn't turn to face you. Not a sleeper thing, needing to be useful. It's a me thing. It would make sense. Peter closes his eyes. Tools need to be used. What's with you? Peter stands back from the railing. Who invited you, Sleeper? You said you could come here? Who said you could come here? You think because the Thurs decided to name you their errand boy, we have to put up with you? We don't want you here. We don't need you. His eyes burn with rage. Go home, you stupid machine. A second after he shouts that final line, he collapses in on himself, staying upright, but all the energy going out of his body. He slumps back against the railing, his eyes closed once more. You wait. After a while, he speaks. I'm tired, Sleeper. I'm tired of everything. I'm tired of the empty paternalism of Hearth. I'm tired of the paranoid whining of the crews. I'm tired of endless cycles that look the same, smell the same, feel the same. I'm tired of running, of hiding, of fixing every shitty thing that breaks out here. His shout echoes a little in the hub, but few stop to look. He looks down at his feet. I get it. Peter nods. I'm sorry, Sleeper, he sighs. Something is... I don't feel okay. Just tired, I think. Really tired. He stands. I'm gonna go. He looks at you and sniffs. Get some sleep. Peter turns away. He raises a hand and drifts away towards the center of the hub. You turn back to the railing, not wanting to watch him go. Seeing him like this, you prefer not to stare. The traffic of the access rumbles on as you watch under the endlessly shining sun. The same air recycled through all of these lungs, the same dust gathering speck by speck on the windows. You take a sharp breath, stand straight, and get moving before the inertia of it all gets to you too. He's very grumpy. Have you ever heard of KAN channels, Sleeper? Peek asks as soon as you enter the bay, as if you were in the middle of a conversation. There are heavy circles under their eyes, and you aren't sure if they've moved since you last visited. The console they are working at seems to have grown too, shadowing their slight frame in a wreath of screens and wires. No. Peek turns to face you. Keomani's active negation, the name of the effect used to transport trillions of tons of materials from the surrogate systems to the core. You might have heard of it in your physics classes. Hi, Mamino! Happy Friday! At XPR, they hammered the principles into us as kids. KAN. Peek recites the definition as if in the classroom. A process of collapsing spatial casualty along the Euclidean distance between 2 points by negating mass simultaneously at both ends of a geodesic curve. Essentially, KAN channels allow for near instantaneous transport of raw materials between systems. They require huge volumes of energy, of course, and decades of construction, but once a KAN channel is established, it opens a system for infinite exploitation. The backbone of surrogacy is what XPR called them. Peek shakes their head. They might not be able to send anything more complex than a rock through them. Complex machines and people are, shall we say, reconfigured by the process. But for raw, molecularly pure materials, Peek flicks a hand. Whoosh. Where is this going? Peek pauses. What I was trying to find out was whether the Helion system, this system, ever had a KAN channel. KAN channels are vastly expensive to build, to run. Not every surrogate system has one. Many use fraction drive ships to transport their materials to the nearest hub, but Solheim, Peek smiles, Solheim spared to no expense when they established the system. Yep, Peek's eyes light up. They shut it down before the collapse. They couldn't run the Cinder receiver station anymore, but it was there. It still is, as far as I can tell, closely orbiting our star. In fact, Peek grins, they've been building to this. I'm sure it's still there, because one of the issues with KAN channels are the massive waves of exotic energy they can produce when cycling up. The flux. Yeah, doing good, Mamino. I hope you've had a good day too. Exactly. Peek's face suddenly drops. Someone is starting up this channel. Who? Why? Peek sucks in a breath. That I don't know. They start counting off information on their fingers. They'd need a lot of resources to do it, and they'd need to have people from the core systems, but there's no real large-scale extraction in the Helion system anymore, so why would you go to the trouble? Just to trigger the flux? Peek rubs their red eyes. The flux, the wave, the KAN effect produces is a side effect, a problematic one, but it isn't a destructive force. If it was, the core systems would never have been able to use it. So then why are colonies collapsing because of it? Why is it chewing through systems, the kind of industrial systems set up to function within the range of a once active KAN channel? Peek is getting frustrated. The moons of Ember have been terraforming since before the collapse. They would have had to deal with the flux. Yet everything we have heard from the refugees says it brought down every system they had. Peek falls quiet, thinking it all through. Your mind drifts too, thinking of the KAN channels, those vast, casual highways that prop up the core system and their endless appetite for resources. The system has been quiet for decades. Solheim collapsed, most corporations gave up their claims, and apart from the Celis ships that came to begin work on the sidereal horizon, no one from the core has come here in all that time. You shiver as you imagine the attention of the core, the systems of logic and exploitation that created you. Created your suffering, turning towards the Helion system, a floodlight turned to this dark corner. A shrill bleep catches both of your attention, and Peek rushes to a screen, one showing a crude map of the station. On it, individual markers begin to flare up with insistent chirps. Peak looks puzzled for a moment, and then their face drops. No, no, no. They lean in close. This doesn't make any sense. What's happening? The flux nodes are appearing elsewhere on the station. Peak pulls at their hair. I set the system to alert me to other flux nodes near the epicenter of the flux event, but these are everywhere. The hub, the low end, the shipyard. How can this happen? The only reason we saw flux nodes here is because it is the most rundown part of the station. They were barely shielded, but others appearing so far after the event? Peak turns to you. You're going to need to get me the data from these nodes and quickly. I'll keep looking at what I have here, but I need to know why they are popping up everywhere. Right now. We can talk more about KAN channels and system history when you're back, but this needs our attention right now. Peak turns quickly back to the monitor, their eyes following scrolling screens of the codes spewing from the newly flux codes, or nodes. You leave quickly, but struggle to shake the image of the spotlight from your mind. You feel watched as you cross back into the Pilgrim Seed on your way to a shuttle bay. You hurry onward, eager to outrun the fear. Interesting. Very interesting. All right. We need to stabilize. For real this time. And then I have one more dice I can use for today. Guess we could do a node maybe? Are they all only gonna be down here? No. Welcome back, Michael. There's one. I don't have the right dice for it. There's one. Yeah, I can't do these yet. I don't have the dice. We'll have to do them at the start of the next cycle. So much scrolling. Okay. But I guess I can just use this here. I'm doing all right, Patrick. Not too shabby. It's been a pretty chill Friday. Pretty chill. We do take those, man. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and leave off here for today. My voice is shot. It's shot, bro. So yeah, I'm assuming we will probably wrap up the DLC next Friday then, and then we will be off of Citizen Sleeper, I think. It seems like we can probably wrap it up next Friday. I don't know how much longer it is, but hi, Alclack. Yeah, thank you guys for hanging out for a cozy stream. I appreciate it. Definitely finishing next time. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm sorry if Citizen Sleeper isn't like everyone's cup of tea. I know it's a lot of just like me reading, but I've really been enjoying it. I've liked it quite a bit. So yeah. But it'll be over soon and we'll hop onto something else. But thank you guys so much for chilling for cozy Fridays. But yeah, my voice is absolutely shot. So I need to go eat some chili, rest my voice. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday night. I will be back tomorrow with more Persona 5 tomorrow evening. So yeah, pretty excited about that. All right, you guys, I'm going to go drop you off at Marianne's. She is still continuing her run of Mass Effect. She's on Mass Effect 3. So yeah, we'll go drop you guys off over there. But yeah, I hope you guys have a great rest of your Friday nights. I hope you have a good weekend. And yeah, we'll be back with more Persona 5 tomorrow. So, all right, you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Thank you for everything. I appreciate you guys. All right. Have a good night, chat.